University, Howard University, the University of Southern California, and the University of the Witwatersrand will provide information on the current Africa-US University network. The discussion points will include the following: expanding the network to include more US and African universities and networks, an explanation of the goals and activities of the network since December 2022, exploration of partnerships across research, teaching, exchanges, and public engagement. And finally, initiating a fundraising and resource mobilization plan. Ladies and gentlemen, I could go on and on, but suffice to simply stop here and simply wish you a robust, fruitful, and forward-looking discussion. Let me assure you that my office, and indeed the entire university, will support some of the resolutions that you make here today. We're willing to make sure that this becomes a success. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Musemwa. And now we'll move on rapidly to our next speaker, who is Mr. Jagan Gray Johnson from Open Society Foundation. Welcome, Jagan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bob Wekesa, colleagues that are present here today for welcoming me. Maybe just a caveat before I start to say that I met with Bob on, was it Monday? And then we were having just a quick catch up, some of the work that we do and how we collaborate in our partnership. And he first presented a publication looking at the Biden administration's interventions and work and policy, at least the policy thrust in Africa, of which I got him to sign the book for me. And I was actually quite privileged for that to happen. Little did I know that that signature was coming with a price. And then that's when he hit me with the counter proposal. We're having a meeting on Thursday, and it would be really nice if you could come and say a few words. So here I am. But having said that, I'm actually privileged and honored to be invited to speak about this topic in front of eminent intellectuals and academics that are way qualified than I could ever be to apply my mind to this particular topic. But having said that, we at the Open Society Foundation have, in a lot of ways, delved into areas of research, particularly looking at the external roles, of middle and emerging powers in Africa. We've been doing that work with Bob and his team, and we continue to do that work also with Steve and others. So I'm glad that the two of them are here, just to perhaps also correct me if I'm wrong in my deliberations. And I'm looking forward to also learning a lot from the other colleagues that have come all the way from the United States to join us here. So I also would like to say just welcome to them as well. So colleagues, I just wanted to start off to perhaps maybe, remind everyone of what I was tasked to talk about, which was Trump's presidency and Trump's presidency's impact in Africa. And as you know, we are facing that possibility with much consternation and also much wonderment. So my attempt in my deliberation here today is to basically try and set the scene based on the empirical evidence that we saw from his first term, and ask the questions as to how we move forward if there is indeed a second term and a final term for President Donald Trump. So as we all know, the US is on the verge of repeating what's not been seen since 1892, when Grover Cleveland, the only former president to succeed a second political revival, and was returned into office for a second non-consecutive term, happened. America and the world, and indeed Africa, were very different places at that time. But moving forward, the world, as we have known it in its modern form, for most generations alive now, has for the most part been one of predictability and relative reliability. However, steps taken forward in the name of perceived progress can translate into revisiting a full circle, where we are threatened to going back in time with the deliberate intentions of repeating the same mistakes. The point I'm making is that the moral leadership as the world knew it has faded, giving rise to intolerance, closed states, protectionism, rapacious self-indulgence and nationalism, extremism and non-cooperation, largely precipitated by the way some may term as poor leadership and a rise in political tyranny. The society's ills are also further exacerbated by the unprecedented numbers of conflicts we face in 2024. In 2023, 97% of all political violence occurred in 50 countries. In Palestine, for example, where the AU and many African states have taken a principled position, starting with South Africa and Namibia, we are witnessing an uncertain future for Gaza and the West Bank, with the Israeli bombardments and mass killings. In the Democratic Republic of Congo to the east, where conflict goes unabated, drawing in neighboring countries, and also in the Sahel, where a decade of conflict has weaved the longest coup belt in the world, where 6,000 kilometers of territory is under military junta, stretching from the east near the Red Sea, with Sudan, Chad, Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Guinea to the shores of the Atlantic. The anti-French sentiment has reached fever pitch in many Francophone African countries, particularly those under military juntas in ECOWAS. New openings for alternative and competing powers in the names of India, China, Russia, and the Gulf states are becoming influential external actors in theaters of war, and economic and political spaces left agape by the dwindling Western influence, particularly the United States. All this is happening when custodians of the global order and international justice and human rights systems are being vilified, undermined, and gradually discredited. United Nations, as we know it, it's at its weakest and is under attack. We are also faced with another unprecedented situation globally, something that the Time magazine dubbed the ultimate election year. It went on to state that 64 countries, plus the European Union, representing a combined population of 49% of the people in the world, are meant to hold national elections this year, the results of which for many will prove consequential for years to come. Out of those countries, there's none more consequential than the United States elections, a country that I mentioned earlier that is about to repeat an unprecedented historical milestone 132 years later, with the very real possibility of electing Donald J. Trump to the White House for a second and final term in office. So what does this mean for Africa? There's an old saying that states that when someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. As in Mr. Trump's first term, we have seen his politics and policies towards Africa and the world veiled in threats, pessimism, and in patronizing form, which is also fixed on the ideological construct of the America First mantra. In his first 100 days in office in 2017, Trump reached out to then President Buhari of Nigeria to discuss strengthening security in the region. He also spoke with Kenyatta of Kenya about the state of security in East Africa. No doubt issues of terrorism and Al-Shabaab and Boko Haram were uppermost on his mind. But that's where the overtures stopped. And with form following function, Trump issued a Muslim travel ban on nationals of a number of Muslim majority countries as part of a US security strategy. This affected many Africans, especially given the fact that Islam is the continent's second most widely professed faith behind Christianity, with 19 countries having a population that is Muslim majority, totaling 500 million people, which is 200 million more people than the entire United States population. Trump then focused on the numbers and resources he can leverage to make his point stick. His intentions to undertake deep cuts into foreign assistance was loudly pronounced. According to the Congressional Research Service, the Trump administration pursued initiatives and policies concerning specific agencies, sectors, and countries, including the following: the launch of the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID's Transformation Reform Initiative, which involved policy changes as well as an organizational restructuring. This meant that the funding to the Department of State and USAID was reduced by 28%. This would have hurt Africa, since 13% since a 13% budget cut would have ensued, which meant that Central African Republic, Niger, and Sierra Leone stood to lose almost all of their foreign aid. The Emergency Refugee Migration Assistance, ERMA, account was also to be wiped out, affecting IDPs in South Sudan and refugees in Ethiopia, Kenya, Sudan, and Uganda, affecting access to food, clean drinking water, healthcare, as well as areas around gender-based violence protection. However, it has to be said that although the Trump administration maintained some of its predecessors' foreign aid initiatives, it also looked at amending many of these. Yet still, the Trump administration also sought deep funding cuts and policy changes to foreign aid, including the programs and country-specific aid budgets that historically had garnered bipartisan support in Congress. He also wanted to extend cuts to the Trade and Development Agency and end most foreign aid related to climate change. Apparently also, it was reported that Trump was looking at freezing aid so late as in the fiscal year in an attempt to prevent appropriated funds from being obligated before their budget authority expired. To buttress this objective, even in the last week of the Trump administration, on January the 14th, 2021, the administration again submitted to Congress a formal rescission package of $27 billion, including $16 billion in foreign aid funds. However, Congress did not act on the package before the end of President Trump's term. Thankfully, following the inauguration on the 20th of January 2021, the Biden administration issued a memorandum releasing all funds that had been included in the January 14th request. And that was only in, and these cuts are only in the foreign aid sector, of which Donald Trump actually oversaw as President of the United States. His policies towards the international system also, which is the United Nations, is something that we need to consider when looking at Africa being affected either directly or indirectly. In his first speech as US President to the United Nations, Trump thundered, and I quote, "America is governed by Americans, and we reject the ideology of globalism, and we embrace the doctrine of patriotism," end quote. That was the warning shot to the world, and what followed included a stated and practiced policy of disdain for multilateralism. He cast aside the United Nations and loudly wondered whether UN programs were contradictory to his administration's agenda on Israel, abortion, and other policy areas. In 2018, it reduced funding for the UN program on HIV/AIDS, UNAIDS, and the WHO by about 30% and 20% respectively. And in 2020, amid the COVID-19 pandemic, the administration announced that the United States would withdraw from the WHO completely and cut funding further. So yes, Trump did launch the Prosper Africa initiative aimed at doubling trade and investment between Africa and the United States. However, many people felt that this was just a power jostle between the United States and China, and largely framing or placing Africa as a pawn on the political and diplomatic chessboard. It was also thought when Trump came in for his first term that he would target AGOA during his first term, giving his suspicions of NAFTA. Thankfully, he didn't, but he did suspend Rwanda's right to export clothing duty-free under AGOA after Rwanda had banned an imports of second-hand clothes. Additionally, the US foreign direct investment in Africa at the time also decreased by 14%, from $50 billion in 2017 to $43 billion in 2019. So the big question is, what's next for Africa and a Trump policy? The AGOA extension, which provides a tariff access of 6,900 products from approximately 39 countries, is now in place. The question is, will Trump try to disrupt it? And who would Trump target? South Africa was the largest exporter in the agreement in 2021. It generated about $2.7 billion in revenue, mostly from the sale of vehicles, jewelry, and metals. But calls have been made by certain quarters of the US Congress to expunge South Africa from the act. The question is, will Trump follow through and support such a call? We don't know. The AUC, which is the AU, Africa Union, C10, has made tremendous strides towards UN reforms. And although there are still ways to go, could a Trump administration slow the progress? And what's to be done in anticipation of such an eventuality? The same goes for the G20 and its expanded membership. If you would recall, the 37th Ordinary Session of the African Union Summit of the Heads of States and Government spelt out their vision and stated mission and priorities on engaging the G20, focusing on reform of the global financial architecture, and in particular, issues of financial institutional reforms, credit ratings, equity and climate change, and energy transitions, as well as the Global South imperatives. Will a Trump presidency focus on halting or frustrating such aspirations? And what's to be done in anticipation of such an unfortunate development? To answer these perennial questions is simply that we don't know for certain. But what we do know is that the US agenda for Africa is seldom a priority, even judging by the last 3 presidents that have made huge overtures to Africa with impactful legacies, namely Presidents Barack Obama, President George Bush, and Bill Clinton, did not even at that time fully grasp, let alone develop a strategy for engaging Africa until much later on in their years in office. So the 45th president may become the 47th president and may replicate this adaptation. As I said, we don't know. But what we do know that this year is a year of mammoth exercise of decisions through the ballot, and that the US's exercise will be monumental as to the choice they make as to who they want to lead them. And that will also reflect how they wish to be governed. If they choose in a Trump presidency, then he has an awesome responsibility to carry a very fragile world on his shoulders for a second time. But the difference is that the world is a lot calmer, albeit a sinister place as it was, a sinister place back in 1896 that I've mentioned, than it is now in 2024. The difference is now the question is how Donald Trump leads will affect Africa and the world, and how the world reacts to a Donald Trump presidency will affect America, United States for generations to come. Thank you.
I think thank you very much, Jagan, for those very well thought out, almost like themes and pillars, incidents, institutions that give us pause as to the possibility of a Trump too. I think you said it might be Trump's second and last term in office, but I do recall one of the South African comedians, Trevor Noah, equating Trump to African dictators, including the late, Idi Amin of Uganda and others. And so it could be possible that if he came in the second term, he could actually, he might actually seek for a third term. We have such a thing as, elongation of terms on this continent. But I think more on a more serious note, I think you've given us quite some, thoughts to chew on. Over the past couple of days, I've just read on European Union countries actually starting to kind of pause their policies and even rethink how they would undertake policy and policy implementation and partnership with the US in the event of a Trump presidency. And I think we have Americans in the House. Before we go to them, because they have just arrived from DC, they know perhaps the better from the ground. But before doing that, I want to welcome one of our speakers, Professor Basil Ndenzye, Vice Dean of Internationalizations and Head of Political Science at UJ. Welcome, Basil. Right. But I think for now, we'll move on quickly to Mr. Adam Clayton Powell. Your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob, and thanks to you all for including and inviting me here today. It's always an honor to be here on the African continent. And but first, a bit of a disclosure. The ideas I present today are my own. They may be shared by many of my colleagues, but they do not represent official USC policy. So for that, that gives me a bit of freedom and a bit of a license to perhaps go far and wide. Some background, I've made more than 50 trips to South Africa since 1990, shortly after Nelson Mandela was released from prison. That was my first trip. And I've always come not to teach, but to learn, and not to lecture, but to share. one of the most difficult parts of any partnership is to listen. So that is my primary mission, to listen and to be as supportive of your mission and your goals as possible. Bit more of context. Before I retired from the USC faculty, I retired in 2010, but as you can see, I'm not out playing golf. Before I retired from the USC faculty, USC's provost asked me to double the university's international footprint. USC's global footprint was already one of the largest in the United States, rivaled only perhaps by NYU and maybe one other university. And he wanted me to start with Asia. We opened new facilities in Shanghai, Beijing, Mumbai, Bangalore, and not a large official US facility, but a smaller one in Singapore. And the negotiation in Singapore took years. And my friends and prospective partners in Singapore always said, you have to remember, this may be good for USC, but this is only going to work if this is a Singaporean good. What is good for Singapore? So sovereign countries always do what they do. Is it a Chinese good? Is it good for China? Is it an Indian good? Is it good for India? Is it good for the United States? Is it good for the US? But in any African relationship, one must hope that the primary view, certainly from this side of the ocean, is what is the African good? What is good for Africa? Traditional views of African agency, raw materials for export, human capital for export. Those who leave now send money back. So is Africa to become a continent of remittances? This is the old colonial and even post-colonial model. What today is African agency? And what today is the African good? One obvious one is development, but not just development as a market for manufactured goods or as a source of remittances. One could also add not just as a market for manufactured ideas from the colonial and post-colonial eras. Today, development must specifically focus, I believe, on capacity building, building Africa's capacity to strengthen itself. We are an institution of education. Capacity building must include education, just as in industry and in scientific research. This should be paramount in Africa's relationship with any other part of the world, including and perhaps especially the United States. So how can this be achieved? We'll discuss that in more detail this afternoon as part of our conversation on the Africa-US Universities Network. But how can Africa leverage what others want from Africa to obtain what Africa wants from others? I'm not going to come here with the answer to that. So I thank you once again for inviting me here, but I look forward now to doing, as I said earlier, to listening and to have a conversation on how this can be successfully implemented. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam. I think I know where the whole concept of listening comes from, at least partially. Adam is also a public diplomacy expert. In fact, he's immediate former president of Public Diplomacy Association of America, and which used to be called PDC, Public Diplomacy Council. And I think in public diplomacy, the whole concept of listening is critical. You can't just arrive and talk. You have to listen first. But thank you for reminding us that listening is as important as speaking. And of course, the focus on capacity building for the African continent, projects on which we are working together. But I now want to pass on this to Professor Krista Johnson to also give us views on African agency.
Thank you very much, Bob. I also want to just begin by thanking Dr. Wekesa for inviting me to spend really the week here at WITS, which has been a very fruitful and enjoyable trip for me so far. And I certainly want to extend warm thanks to Dean Chemwa, who's been very, very gracious so far, and I'm very happy to have had the interactions that we've had so far. It's been wonderful. I'll also I think I just want to throw out make a couple of points with regards to this, and I'm taking notes. I think Jagan did a very good job of laying out the possibilities under a second Trump administration. And I think that's actually a good context from the U.S. standpoint to kind of enter into this conversation or the debate around the African agency. And then Adam's intervention in terms of really getting us to focus on what is good for Africa in terms of thinking about this, the issue of the African agency, I think is also really important in terms of framing. So I look forward to the conversation, and I'll just throw out then just maybe make three quick points. So the first is and this has been alluded to, I think, already in the remarks. That central to these kind of African agency debates, I think, is going to be Africa's role and really changing role in international and multilateral institutions. Jagan mentioned, the expansion of the G20 to G21 now, the putting on the international agenda reform of global financial institutions, but in other areas as well. I think if the extent to which African countries are able to take advantage of really what is a changing global economic and governance rules and infrastructure and institutions will either exacerbate or maybe diminish African agency, certainly vis-a-vis global powers, but certainly also vis-a-vis the United States, because they're playing an increasingly important role. And I think we've already seen this, right, in certain important ways, where African governments have responded with innovations in the area of global governance. And I can point to a couple of examples, but I would just say, in particular, I think with regards, for example, to peace and security, there have been several instances in which African institutions, African governments have put forward non-traditional approaches to peace and security, making deliberate efforts to de-emphasize boots on the ground, bullets, ramping up of kind of military and military personnel, and instead emphasizing bread and butter issues, human security, and really defining human security, I think, in different ways. We see this with regards to some of the conflicts in Mali, in Niger, other conflicts on the African continent, but then even outside of the African continent, right, in terms of their approach to what's happening in Ukraine, and even what's happening with the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. So I think those are important, avenues through which African governments and institutions and Africans are able to exert agency in the global arena, and then certainly vis-a-vis the United States. Because one of the things that I think that we've seen under a Biden administration, and this may very well change if we have a new Trump administration, the Biden administration's willingness to, or really, I think certainly willingness to defer to African institutions such as ECOWAS and the AU in terms of kind of agenda setting with regards to different conflicts, but also I think certainly a deference with regards to the AFCFTA, even in terms of any of the trade and kind of economic development strategies or initiatives that the U.S. is going to pursue. So those, to the extent that African and African governments are able to strengthen those institutions, I think that bodes well for its agency vis-a-vis the United States. My second point would be implementation of AFCFTA, and perhaps those who are more familiar with that and certainly can speak more to that can help us flush that out. But I think that will be central to these debates around African agency, because it really is going to determine how Africa marks its own trajectory and agency, right? So, you know, obviously the world is looking, you know, kind of looking to this, but if this is successful and Africans are able to successfully integrate, it has implications in terms of, you know, having a kind of being a single, you know, trading bloc, obviously, but just the ability of Africans to come together, I think, and really, you know, exert African agency in terms of this is our agenda. This is how we plan on implementing that. Is I think going to be a big boon if they can. If you all can get that right, that will be. I think that will be a very significant mark of African agency. And as I said, I think you will see certainly under. Trump. I don't want to say he's an outlier because maybe in some ways he's not, but he's a bit of a different thing. I think even under normal Republican and Democratic administrations, you'll see more of a, you know, kind of a deferring to African governments with regards to that, and that plays into, you know, kind of thinking about what's the future of programs like AGOA, and, you know, is South Africa going to be kicked out of AGOA? I think probably yes, right? If you have the Trump administration come back in, but not necessarily, right? If again you have a you know, kind of a successful implementation of AFCFTA, and it's very clear, you know, kind of agenda that Africans have put onto the table in terms of the types of international development and international trade and investment, you know, kind of engagements that they want to have, that the continent wants to have with other players, then I think that you may see a different outcome with regards to AGOA. Second point. So then my third point is to also just talk, and then maybe this is why I'm here, right, to kind of talk a little bit about, well, I am going to talk in the afternoon about our network, but to talk a little bit about, I guess, U.S. politics and some of the, I think, changing dynamics within the United States, which, you know, Africans should be aware of and maybe thinking about how to take advantage of, and maybe how to, you know, kind of avoid certain pitfalls. And here in particular, I'm talking about the, and this is some of the work that Bob and I have done and continue to do around the African diaspora. I mean, I think it's important, most of you probably are aware that, you know, American politics and American democracy is very interest group driven, right, in important respects. So recognizing that and kind of, you know, strategically thinking about how it is that then African agency, African institutions and governments, and African voices, you know, kind of are able to penetrate and influence that system. Thinking along the lines of interest group politics, I think, is important, and the role of and the growing role of the African diaspora in that is important. Just to kind of give you a bit of a background, right? So most, I don't know if everybody is aware, but new African immigrants in the United States are the fastest growing demographic of African Americans in the United States, right? So that is where the growth is. They're becoming increasingly influential as part of the larger African American, Black American, African diaspora, and the terminology gets a bit unwieldy. But that voting group, and many of you are probably already aware that generally we say that, you know, African Americans overwhelmingly vote Democratic, right, in elections, and that is still the case, right? But there is now this kind of growing diversity within the African diaspora. But also a growing exertion of political strength and power, particularly among this new immigrant population. So we saw this with regards to the implementation of the new President's Advisory Council on the African Diaspora, right, as a tool of soft power. We see this, Bob just literally just this morning sent me from my own home state of Maryland. Our governor has just set up an African Affairs Commission, right, and this is particularly important in Maryland. We actually have, in Prince George's County, we now have, I think that was one of the counties where you now see the largest percentage of elected officials that are new immigrant Africans. And so the political, I think, clout of the African diaspora is only growing. We've seen this even more recently. If we're thinking about, like, you know, are we going to have Trump? Or are we not going to have Trump? People might be aware, I think it was a week or two ago when Michigan had their primaries, over 100,000 Democratic voters voted non-committed or uncommitted. And that was a protest vote to the Biden administration in protest of his position vis-a-vis what Israel's doing in Palestine. More interestingly, and then all of the news stories were saying that's the Arab vote because Michigan does have certain pockets of large Arab communities. But it was more than just the Arab vote, right? But more interestingly, last night, because where are we? 2 nights ago, when it was Super Tuesday, Minnesota likewise had a relative or a larger than expected uncommitted vote, right? In Minnesota, you have African immigrant populations. Nobody's broken down for me yet the analysis of like who are those uncommitted voters there, but I would wager to bet that certainly a good percentage of them are even, people like me. When it comes to Maryland, I think I'm going to vote uncommitted as well, just to give that protest vote. My point saying is that those are constituencies that are going to play really important roles. I mean, as you all know, right, this election is going to come down to a handful of states and really a handful of votes. It's that close, right, as to whether or not it's Biden or Trump. So the African diaspora is going to play an important role in that. And I think thinking about, you have, as far as I know, Ghana is the only country that has set up a diaspora affairs office within their office of the presidency. But thinking about ways that, to kind of institutionalize these, kind of relationships and, engagements, I think is another, way to exert African agency and to really influence. I'm going to stop there.
Thank you very much, Krista. I think you've given us quite some interesting points to ponder with regards to African agency. Many of them very refreshing. Some of them are old running, but with new tweaks from yourself. And we look forward to discussing those. I think the whole idea, interestingly, I want to just observe, although this might not be necessarily an African agency issue, but South Africa is also going to the polls on 29th of May. So, South Africa and the US are all, and to Jagan's point earlier, are part of the big, elections this year. This is like a super election year globally. And I think beyond our own African agency towards the US, there's also room for comparison of elections and electioneering and political processes leading to that between South Africa and the US, particularly given that we have so very many political scientists and international communication, persons in the room. I think at this point, I think we'll transition into the question and answer session. There are colleagues who are joining us online. They can post their questions in the Q&A, is it in the side box? But those of us in the room can, post questions, comments directly to the speakers. Steve, you can start off. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and thank you for these excellent food for thought. I wondered if the panel could reflect on the opposite result. What if we have a second Biden administration? What can we expect? More of the same? In the event that Biden wins, and what Congress looks like as well, I think is important to be just really great to get your reflections. Thank you.
I think over to Jagan and thereafter Krista, because you touched on those a bit. In fact, that is a question that was lingering in my mind as well. How sure are we that Trump is going to make it? Even though there's lots of indications in that direction. But over to you guys. Jagan first. Yeah.
I'm not sure I'm probably the most qualified person to answer that question, because I think we have Adam Clayton Powell that's here, and Professor Krista Johnson that are probably in a much better position to answer. But suffice it to say, Steve, maybe just to say one or two things on the Biden side. Just to buttress the point in U.S. foreign policy towards Africa not necessarily having been elevated as a priority, in most administrations. And I'll give you the example. It's only 3 weeks ago, or maybe 2 weeks ago, that Biden finally elevated the prominence of an envoy to Sudan at that presidential level that it did by appointing Tom Perello, who incidentally used to work for OSF. But I mean, it took that long for that to happen. So my feeling is that, and I'm glad that our colleagues are here. My feeling is that unless there is a little bit of, push through the diplomatic channels for certain priorities to be taken on board by the Biden administrations, not in terms of any new initiatives, because there are so many lingering things that I mean, the US-Africa summit, the outcomes of that still needs to be measured in terms of implementation and how we move that forward. On the side of the AU, certainly, the new strategy around partnerships that Mr. Faki did, and that got approved in the previous AU summit, it still needs to be rolled out, and that obviously has a direct bearing to US-Africa relations as we move forward. And then finally, the emerging, they're not new, but they're emerging decisions now that have come out of the AU summit, like I'd mentioned, the issues around the G20 in terms of policy, in terms of process, in terms of participation. I think there's an opportunity, certainly with the new Biden administration, for continuity to be able to move that forward. And then the final thing also is that, one of the big challenges I think Africa will always face, and maybe we could learn from the European Union as a supranational entity, is that if we're looking at interfacing diplomatically, whether it's through trade, whether it's through policy, security, or whatever, with a country like the United States or any other country for that matter, we need to realize that it will probably be done in 3 phases, whether we like it or not. So it will be the continent to the country, it will be the country to country, and it'll be the regional economic community to country. So the trick would be, how can we as African policymakers, African academics, African advocates, be able to craft some kind of homogeneous approach that doesn't contradict these 3 pathways of engagement? Because whether we like it or not, if the AU has a common position on a particular issue, let's say if it's about climate change, for example, or whatever, the chances are that it might vary at the bilateral level. South Africa might have something quite different because of its own national interests. But at the end of the day, how do we make sure that we mitigate against total diversion in these whole processes? So I think that is also something that our colleagues might help us to try and think of through the academic lens at least. But I think certainly these are some of the difficulties and the challenges that we need to answer. Thanks.
Great. Well, let me pick up on, I guess, the point that Jagan made. I think I would also agree that I wouldn't expect to see any, grand shifts or any, certainly no new initiatives or kind of new direction under the Biden administration, in part because we probably are going to have some changes in Congress. Everyone's predicting that the Republicans are in a strong position to take back the Senate. We already have a dysfunctional or non-functional Congress, and I don't see that that's going to get any better over the next 4 years. So I don't think the Biden administration is going to have a particularly friendly, Congress with which to operate on. That said, as well, I mean, I think it's important as well, though, to just highlight the point that Jagan made in that the Biden administration's engagement, I mean, on a number of fronts, they have made, I think, significant strides and certainly significant overtures in terms of, partnership with African governments and institutions, et cetera, the US-Africa Leaders Summit, the commitments that were made after that still are, some of them, or many of them, that are probably still to be implemented, but also all of the high-level visits that came after that, which are important to, were important, kind of visuals for US-Africa engagement. But really, at the end of the day, I think even under the Biden administration, you've seen a strategy of I was gonna say, kind of pursuing of, kind of bilateral relations, right? I mean, clearly the United States, I think, still likes to, I mean, that's maybe to its advantage, right? To kind of, to pick off, as you said, kind of individual countries, or to have strategic partners. So you see that in terms of like how we've pursued Angola, for example, the Libido Corridor as kind of a strategic partner. Zambia, I would argue, right, is another kind of strategic partner that the United States, kind of sees as emerging partners. So I think, again, it'll be interesting, even under a Biden administration, I think it'll be interesting to see how that Africa policy kind of gets rolled out, and the extent to which African governments, the AU in particular, can come together and say, we'd like to, shape it in a slightly different direction. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Okay.
The central political reality in the United States is that whoever is reelected president in November, assuming it's going to be Biden or Trump, can't run for reelection. It's the end of his career. So whoever he is, he doesn't care about being reelected anymore. So what does Biden care about? And the answer is we don't know about Africa or about a lot of things. We have some clues of what Trump's views are, but what is he going to do? We don't know. To Professor Johnson's good point about the diaspora in the United States, this is a more critical political bloc than may be understood outside of the country or outside of many parts of the country. The margin is so thin in Michigan, where there was just the protest vote, in Pennsylvania, in other states with significant Black majorities, that looking at the polls, Donald Trump today has more support among Black men and Hispanic men than any Republican, perhaps since Dwight Eisenhower in the 1956 election. That is remarkable. So one would think if Biden was serious about checking all the boxes for reelection, that this is the time to really, not after the election, but before the election, this is the time for Africa to come forward and say, okay, what is it that we want in the next Biden administration? Because if Africa doesn't say that, nothing's going to happen, in my opinion.
Thank you very much. Fortunately, we have all these issues being recorded, and the points you've both, the three of you have made, are very quite interesting. I mean, to your point of Africa making its position known at this point in time, is quite interesting to consider. And I think as Krista was speaking, I was thinking around the question that we have grappled with, particularly with Philani here, on how do you make foreign policy, African foreign policy towards global powers? In this particular case, we worked on China. But if you're making policy to African policy towards the US, do you approach it continentally at the AU level? Do you approach it at the regional economic communities level? Do you approach it at national level? Do you even approach it at grassroots level? And I think this is part of the project that we are undertaking, which is part of the discussion. Let me entertain one or two more questions, then we can transition to the next session. I think we'll excuse Professor Mucha. I'm sure your desk is overflowing with the inbox particularly. So to reduce it into the outbox will allow you to leave for now. And I think that applies to Basil for sure.
Him more than me. Well, good morning, everyone, and thanks a lot, Bob, for bringing us together. So I wanted to get the sense from the panel. There's a lot of talk about African agency towards the US, but it seems to me the US has less and less agency itself. A lot of talk about rise and fall of great powers. So what is the view of each panel member about, is the US a country on the rise or a country on the decline? And what are the global implications, and perhaps for Africa particularly? Thanks.
Sure, I think over to our speakers, beginning again in that order, Jagan, Krista, and Adam, you can, there's this notion that the US is on a
decline.
On a downward trend consistently
Yes.
over the last years. And I think it's reference that we made to Rome, the fall of Rome. So
Yeah, no, sure. I mean, I think the evidence does point to the US's diminishing influence on the world stage. Largely part of it is self-inflicted. And I think from 2017, from Donald Trump's term in office, the pronouncements, that we've just been talking about this morning, hasn't helped the United States' credibility, and has not necessarily also, helped in terms of, if for nothing else, in anything, you either hold your ground. If you're not moving forward, don't move backwards. So, I mean, but generally what has happened, certainly in US foreign policy, in terms of diplomatic influence, and even on the security aspects of it, the United States has, for the most part, retreated. And part of it, obviously deliberate, others was unintended consequences that have happened. So because of the fact that that space has been ceded, you've got middle powers and also, top powers, including China and India, that are occupying these spaces. And my feeling is that they are not going to give up these spaces very easily. They've worked very hard to basically get in there. They have strategically aligned themselves to African positions vis-a-vis the global South. And as a result, there's been a lot of admiration and respect for that from the African perspective. And also, given the fact that it's not only the fact that the United States' influence has diminished over the period, but overall, the global North's influence has basically diminished throughout the world, particularly in the eyes of Africa. Given the fact that, again, what we are seeing, for example, in the Sahel, is that the young military leaders, particularly in Burkina Faso and Mali, are actually leading the way in not being diplomatic, in being extremely deliberate, and also extremely, attentive to the ideology now that they are actually demonstrating to the rest of the world that, yes, the end of an era for France, and by extension, the United States. And we now have a choice, and because we are a free people, we are, a sovereign people, and we have a choice to basically align ourselves with whoever we want to align with. And it's interesting that they are aligning themselves very openly with Russia in very uncertain times. Russia is at war for the better part, even though it's unspoken, with NATO, so to speak. So as a result, for a small, relatively poor, relatively insignificant country like Burkina Faso, or even Mali, or Niger, that have already been isolated themselves. They've been sanctioned by the AU. They're not part of ECOWAS. They want to move away from ECOWAS. For them to be bold enough at this stage in the game where the world actually sits, which is extremely fragile, for them to actually show their hand quite openly, that says a lot. So maybe I'll just stop there. Thanks.
I would tend to agree. The world is moving towards multipolarity, right? And the U.S.'s influence will decline in part because of its own actions. But that's not on the near-term horizon, right? I mean, I think if we're thinking strategically in terms of this generation, and then kind of African development, and who are the powers that are going to be most impactful, the U.S. is still very much a player there. I mean, I think we see this with regards to, absolutely, there's different I think nodes of power that have emerged, BRICS being one of them, and maybe others who know this much, I'm sure, who know this much better than I do, that the prospects of, for example, like a different currency other than, the US dollar, right, is not on the immediate horizon or near-term horizon, right? So the US's influence is not going to wane that quickly. Yeah, so I would just say that there was another point that you had raised that made me think of something, and oh, I was just going to say, I mean, the U.S. unfortunately has, and this is where Trump doesn't even get it. He just doesn't even get it. The U.S.'s strength, though, in a multipolar world, is its ability to set the rules of the game, right, and to kind of establish these international institutions and set the rules of the game by which everybody, or certainly influence those in a way that's in their interest. And so I think it's encouraging that you have countries like South Africa taking Israel to, ICJ, working through those institutions. And I think what the U.S. also hasn't recognized is, when we kind of undermine those institutions, that is where our strength, in the future, I think lies. It does not lie in us being kind of some hegemonic, superpower, kind of go it alone. Our influence, and the ability to influence as well, I think in the area of democracy. I mean, certainly even just here on the African continent, we know that Africans are in support of democratic government, right? That is what they want. And historically, we've always talked about democracy as being kind of our beacon, democracy and human rights, but we just are not walking that walk these days, right? I think in significant ways, which again, I think just undermines our leadership role that we could play in that regard. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Right. I think we'll circle now to the second bit.
Sorry.
Some more point? Oh, no, Adam, sure.
I'll try to be brief. The central problem in the U.S. is a failure of awareness. And so the U.S. has been constantly surprised in the last year and a half by somehow assuming, and this is from people at a very senior level in the State Department, being surprised that Russia would actually engage Ukraine militarily. And after all, Russia is less than 1/3 the population of the EU, not let alone all of Western Europe, less than 1/10 the economic product of the EU. What are they going to do? And yet, look what's happening. There was a complete intelligence failure that I think everybody accepts in the Middle East. They had no sense whatsoever of what Hamas was going to do. Totally caught by surprise. And those are just two of the biggest ones. This is happening over and over again. To your point about even small nations in West Africa, where Russia suddenly has very clear ascendancy, total surprise to the United States. They had no idea this was happening. So this awareness, lack of awareness, is both a reflection of, but also perhaps a real cause of this decline. And until that awareness of what is happening in Russia, what is happening in Africa, what is happening in the global South, until that awareness becomes competent, let alone excellent, there may not be a remedy for decline. No.
Thanks, Adam. I think I think the idea of your point makes pause and ponder the possibility of a superpower being complacent. That you strive to reach the top. Once you are there, you are like, you have arrived. So surprise elements become very frequent after that because you're in your comfort zone. But if you are rising power, you are striving. You are driving, maybe China, India, whatever. But, that's food for thought. And of course, I think to your points, both Jagan and Krista, it looks like the US is not going to fall suddenly from the top to the bottom. And I think the metrics show for it. Even the closest power, China, is so far in almost all factors, particularly militarily and so forth. But I think we'll move to the second part of our discussion and invite therefore our first speaker, Stephen Bruce, and then move on to Philani and Baso. I suppose what we've established now, since we are a small intimate group, it's like a dialogue amongst ourselves. And we take it that way so that it's an exchange of ideas rather than, yeah. But yeah, over to you.
Thank you so much, Bob, and thank you to.
Oh, no. Sorry, Chris, I'm sorry to cut you in again. There's a colleague here who actually wanted to make a point, except my eyes can't seem to see in the back. So my apologies.
It's okay, we just laugh.
Yeah. So Dr. Weston Chilaho from IR department. Yeah.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you for the
Yes.
speakers. Just a couple of interventions. Whenever American politics is discussed, Donald Trump comes across as a bogeyman, and it gets me thinking. There was crisis of leadership before Donald Trump happened in the Oval Office. The crisis of leadership globally persisted while he was there for the 4 years. And he's still here as we speak now. He's making a comeback. The Israeli-Palestine conflict, the world seems not to know what to do about it. And it's complicit. So I really don't appreciate the idea that Donald Trump would destabilize what seems to be working perfectly well. What is it that's working as we speak now? There's dysfunction across the board. And I think for me, I would invite us to look at why institutions of global governance are not working, why the US can't provide that leadership that it insists that it does. And therefore, to Africa, I think that Trump presidency is good because of the disengagement. If we are talking about Africa agency, then you exercise your agency when there's less intrusion. And Trump demonstrated during his first term that he less intruded in African affairs. As it were, African leaders are free to exercise their sovereignty with minimum interference. AGOA, the two speakers, Jagan and Krista, it's curious. You mentioned about whether Trump will support the removal of South Africa from the AGOA Pact, but you're not telling us who has initiated it, who has entertained the idea of South Africa being removed from the AGOA Pact. Uganda has been removed because of that controversial same-sex bid. So AGOA, instead of being a tool for enhancing African development, is actually a tool for interfering in Africa's sovereignty. And we can't blame that on Trump. It's there within the Oval Office, Trump in or Trump out. So I think my reading of Donald Trump and the US politics and global politics is that he elicits a lot of controversy and he elicits a lot of antipathy within the American society and beyond, because Donald Trump is not the establishment candidate. He's not. I think that is the bottom line. It's not that he says controversial things or he has got very eccentric things to say about migrants or Africans or whatever. I think the bottom line is that he is not an establishment candidate. And therefore, his policy about America first, patriotism vis-a-vis globalism, it shines the searchlight of the American society and exposes the underbelly of the American society, as opposed to projecting, this American exceptionalism abroad. That's my take. Otherwise, he can't be the worst person to ever occupy the Oval Office. And if he does make a comeback, he won't be the worst. That's my reading. Thank you.
No, thanks, Dr. Chilaho, for doing a major spin on this discussion. I think we are all concurring and nodding along, quite well until you came in with a counter offer. But I think before I ask our speakers to intervene again, and sorry again, Steve, for having to take this, we have two questions from our online audience, which my colleague Kluma can read quickly, then we come back again to our speakers, then we quickly transition to...
Okay, so the first question is for Sibizo, and she asks, does Africa's reliance on the actions and policies of the US presidents in power make it vulnerable and overly dependent? Because now we're debating what would happen if Trump wins the upcoming elections, which means we're vulnerable in a way. The second question is, how can African agencies constructively shape the US's view of the African continent as a vital strategic partner rather than an obligatory aid recipient?
I think our speakers, you heard the questions, but in any case, if they are not very clear, we've recorded them. This is a continuous engagement, but at least a response to Dr. Shilaho and any of those questions would be welcome. Again, the same approach. Jagan, Mr. And then, sorry, I'd already transitioned, but
No, I'm going to be very brief.
Yeah, sure.
Because and let me start off with my brother there that talked about the Donald Trump issue. I agree insofar as that U.S. foreign policy should not necessarily be about one person, particularly in this case, in the case of Donald Trump. I think we made it clear, well, at least I did as well, and I think others as well, stated that the United States has not necessarily been, the best partner, quote unquote, so to speak, for Africa, because the United States has not necessarily prioritized Africa in its foreign policy. I think that the evidence suggests that. But I think what the evidence also suggests is that Donald Trump, without a doubt, certainly in our modern politics and in our modern diplomatic times, has probably been the most divisive, has probably been the most abrasive US president ever, and has uttered certain words and has basically followed them with certain deeds, with derision and basically absolute disdain for Africa in particular. And I don't need to go back to that particular conversation that he had describing Africa as whatever it was. And I think because of his actions, that has set the tone in terms of, number one, how the international system is actually viewed, particularly the United Nations, number one. Number two, how the culture or the principles of democracy are actually practiced. And I think number three, and I always joke now and again that in this particular election, it might be the time for the African Union to be called upon to send out the Africa Electoral Assistance Unit to go to the United States and observe the elections. But having said that, with all jokes aside, the reality is that, again, the issues around the agency, as I said, it is not necessarily down to a Donald Trump, but the question would be, would a Donald Trump presidency necessarily improve the relations between the United States and Africa in particular, and by extension, the world? And the evidence suggests from 2017 to 2021 that the relationship has not improved. If anything, it has worsened, and it has basically not served the interests of both Africa as a continent, Africa as AU member states, and also the United States in terms of peace and security, in terms of respect for the international justice and humanitarian law, in terms of upholding international institutions, and in terms of, again, multilateralism as we know it. So that's what the evidence suggests. So, and I think that's where we're trying to present on that perspective. In terms of the question about dependency and the relationship between Africa and the US, one being one of trade recipients and the other basically being donor. I think that was the question that was asked, yeah. I think that question has tried, the first, in my mind, the first president that tried to at least put that into context in terms of the framing of the relationship that the United States and Africa should have as we move forward, to my mind, was President Bill Clinton when he coined the term, it's going to be trade and not aid. Now, has that been followed through in reality, right? I think there have been attempts, and the attempts have come at, as I said, the first U.S. Africa summit that was put together by Barack Obama. In terms of, again, prior to that, Bill Clinton's tacit support that he gave when the AU Constitutive Act was being put together and NEPAD was actually established during that framework. The U.S. foreign policy and U.S. leadership was at the forefront of that in its support through President Thabo Mbeki, and I mean, Steve knows this better than we do. And so as a result, I think there has been an attempt at least to institutionalize and recognize the fact that the partnership has to be on an equal footing based on mutual respect. The reality is that for the last 20 years or so, since these initiatives were put together, Africa has experienced a downward spiral in leadership. The United States has also experienced the same. Africa has also experienced its fair share of term elongation, instability, fragmented policies, and to a point where now we are in a very, very uncertain and a dangerous spot, whereby you have 3 countries of a particular regional economic community that are threatening to pull out. You have one other country in the Horn that's also threatening to pull out of IGAD. So we are not getting that unity and the building blocks that we're seeing. In the same vein, the United States has also experienced a huge fissure in terms of its ability to influence, the agenda on the global stage, in terms of, again, how it is, again, conducting its diplomacy towards world peace and stability, particularly, for example, in the Middle East and the Red Sea. What is also going on, again, in terms of interventions and security, peace building, diplomacy or whatever, in the Horn of Africa, for instance, it's largely been absent. So as a result, I think this is a time and an era after 20 years of trying to attempt of building a relationship on mutual respect and understanding between the African continent and the United States. It is a time, I think, and to your point, a Donald Trump era, whether he gets in or not, it is now a time for us to rethink, to reassess, and to reimagine that relationship as we move forward, given the new challenges that both continents are facing, or one continent and the other countries facing. Thanks.
I wanted us to transition quickly to Krista, but I must just point out that the point where you're ending will be of interest to us, particularly the scholars here. Africa-US relations, 2 decades, an assessment. But I think that we can discuss separately. It looks like it's already a project in its own. Over to Krista. Yeah.
I'm happy to
The phrase on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. is I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from South Africa.
No, on that light note, let's transition. In any case, Jagan has given us quite a good response. And I think Dr. Shilaho and the colleagues online, this is not the beginning or the end of the conversation. We can continue. But so over to you. I rudely interrupted you. Now I'm certain I won't do that again.
That's fine. Thank you so much, Bob, and to the Center for inviting me to participate. I once heard somebody say that you should begin and end your intervention with an anecdote or a joke. I don't have jokes, but I do have an anecdote. I mean, one of the things that I love about the African Center for the Study of the U.S. is that it completely turns the microscope the other way around, and we look at the kind of or audacity, I guess, or the confidence that Africa can study the US when there's been so many departments of African studies all over the world. It's reversing the tables. And so actually I was in Washington, D.C. in November 2016. Myself and a colleague were there to sign a project that we were doing, but happened to be over the elections. And we joked that we were African observers coming to the US to observe. But that election didn't turn out the way most people in Washington had expected. And I saw people crying on the subway and just completely devastated at the loss of Hillary Clinton. So with that opening anecdote, hopefully you'll listen and wait for the one that's coming at the end. Of course, it's often said when we're talking about Africa that we have to remember that Africa is not a country, that there are 55 sovereign states, depending on how you count them, all with many things in common, with many interests in common, but with very different economies and systems, from a Mauritius to a South Africa to a Nigeria to a Libya. It's dangerous to generalize, but I mean, I think we've seen in terms of so that's the first point. Secondly, Africa is a crowded space, much more so than it was, say, 15 or 20 years ago. Besides having relations with the US, with the EU, with the UK now that it's out of the EU, China, and of course Russia, there are many other powers and countries that are competing and collaborating, of different sizes. So you have Japan, you have South Korea, you have the Gulf states, particularly Saudi Arabia and the UAE. You have India and Brazil trying to strengthen their relationships. You even have Iran and Israel for very different reasons and on very different, sometimes a very different set of countries. But you're seeing a renewed interest in Africa. Maybe it's because Africa has 25% of the votes on the UN General Assembly floor. But, I think also turning a little bit to the rhetoric that has been propagated out of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and certainly before, but amplified now, the Russian argument of multipolarity, of not having one superpower, and that superpower definitely not being the US, of anti-colonialism, anti-imperialism, multipolarity, that rhetoric has found resonance in many African countries, and there has been a sympathy for that and an identification of that sentiment, and there's also an anti-Western, anti-US element to that, which I think is also at play. We've also seen the continent frequently visited, much more so than in the Trump administration. So we've had Secretary Blinken, we've had Vice President Harris, we've had Janet Yellen, we've had others, not only from the US, but from China, from Russia, from France, visiting Africa, and all, kind of competing for hearts and minds, to borrow a phrase from the Vietnam War. But there's no doubt that there was very little interest by Trump, and I think Jagan articulated it perfectly well. It was Trump was dismissive, insulting, boorish, crude, and maligned the continent, and had very little interest in it. There's been marginally more interest by the Biden administration, but as the speakers have said, there are, it seems, bigger fish to fry. Many more crises that tend to take the interest. But I want to just touch on one interesting relationship that emerged in the Trump era, when the Abraham Accords, between the normalization agreements between Israel and certain African and Middle Eastern countries came up. The sweetener for Morocco to reestablish relations with Israel was that the US would recognize Morocco's sovereignty over the Western Sahara. And that was very Trump-like, transactional. I think countries also have seen that getting on better with Israel, maybe before this war it was more apparent, but that normalizing relations with Israel gives them an entry point into the US and a more favorable view by the US. It's been, I think, put under tremendous strain in the last 4 or 5 months because of what's happening. The second question that we were asked to look at was areas of divergence and convergence. And, I think two of the biggest ones, of course, is the Russia-Ukraine conflict and the Israel-Gaza conflict, where on Russia, I think the West expected African countries who are so protective of their own sovereignty and the United Nations Charter would line up against Russia in a much more forceful way, that they would impose sanctions, but that was not to be. And Africa said, we're not aligned on this. Now, some countries, and we can talk about it, like South Africa, have maybe said they were non-aligned, but seem to be much more friendly to Russia in practice. I don't have time to go into those details, but there was and Africa was really split. If you look at the UN votes on the Ukraine resolutions, there were about 6 of them, with marginal changes of countries moving from one camp to another. Countries mostly abstained, some absented themselves from the vote, and there were very few that actually agreed to sanction Russia in that. So I think those are two big areas. One area where perhaps we were seeing some convergence was looking at the relaxation of patents on vaccines during the COVID pandemic, where Biden was actually supportive on relaxing some of the patent laws to allow India and South Africa and other countries to make vaccines at a cheaper level in a way that the European Union was not supportive of that. I think on climate, you had certainly from the Trump administration a diametrically opposed position to Africa. Under the Biden administration, we've seen more engagement on climate change, a kind of everything that Trump tried to do, I think Biden has tried to undo, and we may see the reverse again. We may see executive orders by the 10s and 20s and 100s that reverse the policies. I mean, on UN reform, I think there's not really a meeting of minds there. The US is not too interested, whoever is sitting in the White House, to change the composition of the Security Council. We've had long-standing American support for HIV/AIDS prevention and tuberculosis through PEPFAR, which, if you remember, and if I'm right, was from the Bush administration. So we're talking about, the early 2000s, 25 years. Will Trump be interested, if he comes in supporting that? And I think another area where not sure we see things in the same way is on extremism and terrorism. If we think about 9/11 and maybe October 7th as these, massive terrorist attacks, and they were in terms of number of people killed. But if you look at the map of where terrorism is happening or extremism is happening in Africa, right across that coup belt that you mentioned, Jegan, from Senegal in the west to the Horn in the east, thousands of Africans are being killed by extremists every year on an ongoing basis. And we don't have to look too far to the north, to Mozambique, to seeing that. And then the third question we were asked was to come up with, this is always the hardest one, concrete and proactive policy and strategy options for Africa in response. So I don't know how concrete and proactive these are, but these are my thoughts. I think African countries need to be confident and assert themselves as players, not a playground. That we need to be actors, not a stage. Because there's a lot of talk of a new Cold War and that Africa is going to be a theater. We don't want to be a theater. We don't want to be the chessboard on which you're playing out your rivalries. We are players in our own right. I think we have to enrich and enhance contacts between the US and African states through, and I think it's what you're going to be talking about this afternoon, studying and understanding one another, student exchanges, studying abroad and so forth. I think those sort of initiatives are very important. And the kind of bursary diplomacy or student sponsorship diplomacy is alive and well. And all the big players, from the Europeans to the Chinese to the Russians to the US, are all enticing Africa's students to study in their countries. And many are taking up that option. I think I would make an appeal for African ambassadors, for governments to deploy capable and erudite and sophisticated ambassadors to both Washington, D.C. and New York. Sometimes we don't send our very, very best. Sometimes they are political appointments. Often they're political appointments who don't do the best job in representing the continent. And I think finally, when we do differ, it's incumbent on both sides to communicate and to articulate what their positions and understand why we vote in a certain way or act in a certain way. And I don't think, I think we need to nurture this relationship. I mean, what Adam said is unless the AU or Africa is going to push some of these issues, whoever is in the White House, they are going to be neglected. So I think the impetus is probably needs to come from us. So my final closing anecdote was I happened to be meeting with a Russian diplomat and said, you know, we at the Institute have work on China, Africa, on Russia, Africa, and we look at the engagement of great powers. And we were talking about Russia and Ukraine, and he said, what is your stance? Where do you stand? And my answer was, we try to be subjective in a very objective world. We try and you know, kind of find the ground to understand where different sides are coming from. But it's not easy to be objective in a very subjective world either. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Steve. I think our listeners, people in the room, and those joining us online will have an opportunity to post questions, comments, and so forth. But now I think moving on quickly to, I think it's Kilani. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, colleagues. Thank you for the invite and good listening into the discussion. The first point, I think, is to note that if you contrast, let's say, the euphoria that we witnessed when President Obama was elected, right, on the African continent, I think there's been lessons learned in Africa to temper their expectations about any US administration. I think there was the realization, you know, obviously there was the euphoria that Obama is the first African American to ascend to the presidency, but that he's also an African, you know, has roots here, has a family. And I think if you then switched, you know, to Trump and the responses that we saw, the shock, you know, throughout the world, but also inside the US. And then we had the Biden administration coming in. And when the Biden administration came in, there were some who were tempted to again have a sort of euphoria because obviously Biden had worked with President Obama. And there was that temptation. But what I think was interesting leading up to that was that there was a realization amongst African stakeholders, both in the state and outside of the state, that they needed to tame their expectations, that they needed to have a greater awareness of what is it that they want to engage the United States on. And not about waiting for a US administration to say this is what our Africa strategy will be. And I pose the question, does the US have an Africa strategy? Well, we know it has a sub-Saharan Africa strategy, but it certainly doesn't have an integrated all Africa strategy. right? And we see that even in the Sub-Saharan Africa strategy, where there is a part that actually reflects on how long should the US look at the continent in terms of a division between Sub-Saharan Africa and North Africa. Now, this is something that needs to be looked at even inside of the US, because the US has to develop an Africa strategy, not a Sub-Saharan Africa strategy. And we saw this, in fact, when South Africa hosted the AGOA forum. Some of the delegates that were there actually mentioned to the US that it is limited if it does not include North Africa. Because when we are moving towards an integrated continent, when we're talking about the African Continental Free Trade Area, one of the realities is that if you factor in even the rules of origin and all of those technical areas when it comes to trade, the reality is that when South Africa exports into the US, there is also input from some of our regional partners. It's not that everything is coming and being sourced here in South Africa. And this is something that came up in discussions, with various US actors. And I think I use that to highlight that despite the weaknesses that we see on the continent, and I'll come to those a little bit, is that the continent in recent years has displayed a greater degree of agency when it comes to its international relations. We see that it has prompted stakeholders in the United States to be much more reflective about US strategy and US engagement on the continent. And so towards the end of last year, we had a very interesting engagement with reporting officers from the various embassies in Southern Africa, various US embassies in Southern Africa, where they were here largely not to tell us about US policy in Africa or US engagement in Africa, but they were really here to listen. And I think intentionally making the point that Mr. Powell made around being here to listen and not lecture. And I think this is something that certainly US actors have been hearing more and more. And so they were here, with all of their embassies in Southern Africa, or at least the reporting officers, including the embassy in Kigali. And it was an interesting engagement in that regard, because what they wanted to hear was from African stakeholders, them critiquing, saying what is working in terms of US-Africa relations, but also what is not working. Just recently, we had another engagement with members of Congress, 18 members of Congress who were in Cape Town just about a few weeks ago. They were in the country for about a week, full 7-day program. And closed engagements, but also they met with the president shortly after the budget speech. And again, one of the things we were engaging them on was they had an interest on, obviously, geopolitics, and they had an interest in understanding better relations between Africa and China and Africa and Russia. And we had a very, important and interesting engagement, Chatham House rules, very frank discussions in terms of what they think, and, us explaining some of the actions, not just from South Africa, but also from African states. And I think these interactions show that despite the pressure that continues to be applied, on African countries in terms of their own engagements with China, Russia, but it's quite clear that there is some degree of acknowledgement in the US that there is a miscalculation at times of the continent, and that there is not enough understanding of the dynamics that are influencing decision-making on the African continent, whether it's on the conflict in Ukraine, whether it's on Israel-Palestine, and a whole range of other issues. And I would argue then that shows that increased engagement or attempts to engage by the US in Africa by various stakeholders, both at a state level and at a non-state level, show that despite obviously the constraints within the US political system, there is a tacit acknowledgement that there needs to be more listening and more understanding into Africa's dynamics when it comes to how the continent is dealing with its international relations. And that is something that the continent then needs to internalize and say, irrespective of who is going to be the next president in the United States, there needs to be a much clearer engagement, proactive engagement from our side with stakeholders in the United States. And there's various channels of engagement amongst non-state actors, but also with the different layers of government, and including with US states as a federal state. I think we also need to understand that we also have to have not just look at the US, as a one sort of entity. We have to understand that the US has various entry points where we can influence the agenda within the United States. Just to sort of close, sort of to highlight that when we talking about, let's say, the Continental Free Trade Area, when we're talking about AGOA and all of that, it's important to note that AGOA is not a free trade agreement. But at the same time, our attitude towards AGOA has to be that AGOA is not a charity. It's not something that Africans need to look at and say, of course, you in your diplomatic relations, you are grateful for all relations that you have, but there is an interest also in the US to have AGOA. And if it's not AGOA, to have some other form of framework for economic relations with the continent. We're talking about the fourth IR, we're talking about new technologies. Where are all the sources, the materials going to come to actually power this new industrial revolution? Africa forms a very critical part of that value chain. You think about companies even like Tesla, they have huge interests on the African continent. And so we need to approach in as much as we talk about aid to trade, we need to understand that the US is not doing us a favor by enhancing economic engagement with the continent. We have as much value add, in the relationship as we seek to gain, obviously, from the US. And that needs to also be a shift in the attitude. And that also speaks to the culture even of our diplomacy, where at times we fall short. Because at times, if you even see in the formal engagements between African stakeholders and the US, At times they speak about what the US can do for Africa, but they might speak about moving away from aid for trade, but in the mindset, they still speak about what can the US do for Africa. One of the largest investments in the state of Louisiana is by a South African company, Sasol, creating thousands of jobs in Louisiana. And so, you know, it's just sort of highlighting that, yes, it's one example, but we need to also shift our own approach and not be so dependent on what any other administration does. Because to understand US politics, you have to understand that those who get something from the US are also quite well organized and have groupings in the US which are well organized to actually enhance their interests. And we do have avenues, I think, to tap into the US. And I think that's where some of the projects, you know, that Bob and others are working on can actually contribute towards shifting African thinking, but also to showing Africans the different avenues for influence inside of the US. Let me end there.
Thank you very much, Philani. You've given us quite some food for thought. And I'm using the word food, deliberately, because one is that we're going towards food, which is lunchtime. But two, I was on sabbatical last year, and I spent my time in the Washington, D.C. area, but I was basically living in Silver Spring, Maryland. And one of the popular restaurants that I then went to was Nando's. Nando's in Silver Spring. So it's another example to follow, you know. And if I was in DC downtown, I was in the, USC office is where I was working, as well as at Howard. I would go to Swahili Village, which is a Kenyan restaurant, both in downtown DC and in Maryland. So I think this is a demonstration of agency, even if it's just at the food level. Maybe food is an important level of agency. And I think we can discuss that. But even more importantly, I wanted to just very quickly point out before we move to Professor Zenze, that in our earlier life, I and Philani, when we were fresh off the PhD roll mill, we were very, forward-looking and said we are going to develop an African policy towards China and go and present it to the AU, just the two of us. We were going to go to the AU Addis and say, here is the policy, don't think too much. These are our priorities. so perhaps this is an opportunity to revisit this in the context of Africa-US. But over to you, Professor Zenze. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Bob. And now, good afternoon to everyone. Some really thorough and excellent points made by Stephen and Philani. And it's always daunting to follow either of them. Now I have to follow both of them. So it's quite a briefing that you gave us, Bob. And my approach, these are three big concepts: Africa, agency in the US. Each of those, I think, is quite a mouthful and has its own complexities. So my approach was to kind of take a first principles overview of these concepts and to try to unpack agency and to see whether Africa's engagement with the US can be said to meet master for this definition. And also, I think, to my earlier question, I think we need to condition ourselves to the US really as no longer the US of 20, 30 years ago. And I'll allude to that in a moment. So when we consider agency, I think the first concept that comes to mind is sovereignty, which is a necessary condition, the ability to firstly run yourself as a country, if you will, as an agent. You have that full self-determination. Then secondly, I think a second condition of agency is agenda setting, the ability to set the agenda in bilateral settings, but also in multilateral settings. Also, the ability to extract agreement on issues that matter to you and to get agreement on those decisions, and the ability to also enforce those decisions. It's kind of a rational choice approach to agency. You know what is good for you, and you know how, therefore, to make others behave in a way that is favorable to you. Thirdly, I think the ability to enforce those decisions requires what we would call coercive or reputational power. Now, when we look at Africa, can we say in its engagement with the US, but with all external players, does it have agency? I think the answer would have to be no. There is budding agency, but I think on the main, there's lack of sovereignty in policy making. I mean, we are here contemplating about how the election of Donald Trump or re-election of Biden will affect Africa. So because so much hinges on the attitude of the person in the White House and the 400 in the Congress. So there may be a few countries on the continent that have full policy sovereignty. I can think of a few examples. Ethiopia is one that has impressed me despite their difficulties. I think Rwanda to some degree, and I think South Africa as well. But the EU as a whole, now when we talk about the face of the continent, Africa, when we consider the AU rather, not the EU, there's funding issues, but it's also, I would say the majority of members there themselves do not have full policy sovereignty. And so you have really, and I'll come to this, a body made up of really some of the worst among us in terms of this particular criterion, some of the worst performers. And on agenda setting, I think we agree on the need for a US strategy for Africa, but I think there needs also to be an African strategy for the US, how we engage with the US. And this is true for all of our so-called strategic partnerships, because Africa is often the invitee to some of these forums to meet with leaders of other countries and other regions. You have the EU, Africa, you have France, Afrique. I think now they've kind of become alert to the decolonial moment, if you will, and they're calling it Africa, the Africa-France Summit. You have FOCAC, the biggest and most consistent and most well-attended of them all. But Africa is always the invitee to this fora. And I've just written a paper earlier this year where I actually looked at the kind of promises that are made by China, Bob. And always you'll see the 60 billion figure. I think since 2015, the 2015 summit before, it used to be between 20 and 40 billion. And I always wonder, where does it come from? I mean, by my calculation, because I looked at the trade deficit between Africa and China, and really I make there the controversial claim that they're just giving back money that they're making through the trade deficit, that, and in fact, profiting from the trade deficit, because the trade deficit is about 120 billion actually. And so they are not being generous to Africa. But there's also the bigger question of how does China make a determination of what Africa needs? And the agenda setting there is clearly dominated by Beijing. And I think this is true for all the other partners, the EU, funds, the AU. It's extraordinary. And I think this is well and good for their purposes. It is to be expected. It's how international relations work. But, we are yet to see Biden visit the continent. And I just wonder, would he even come if he were invited? It doesn't take a few days for him to go to Israel when there's a crisis there. It just shows you the rank order in importance. A whole 4 years now almost has never thought to visit. But when there's a crisis in Israel, not for operational reasons, by the way, just for symbolic reasons, because I don't think he was going to wield a gun and go and fight in the Gaza, right? He went there to show solidarity. And so we have a situation where for two presidents in a row, Trump and Biden, have not paid a visit to the continent. And the leader summits, by the way, which in many ways is a response to FOCAC, right? It's a response to the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation. It's very, very inconsistent. The agenda setting is done by the US, and it's an American idea, AGOA. It's an American initiative, many PEPFAR, and so on. So it's quite clear that Africa has no coercive power. It has no reputational power. And as Stephen said, you know, the world still sees Africa as a playground rather than a player. Something which we explored in a special issue that you edited on Russia-Africa relations, who's courting whom. So I think this then answers the additional implied question which I raised earlier about U.S. decline. And I wondered this morning, does a U.S. decline result or correlate with increase in African agency? And the answer for now, I would say, is clearly no. It's not the case that you're going to have, and I suppose this is my letting America off the hook a bit. You're not going to see a kind of inverse correlation where the less power America has, the more agency Africa is going to have. Because a lot of the question about African agency can and must only be answered by the African side. American power is at its lowest, and American supremacy at its most challenged since the Second World War. But that has not resulted in the growth of African agency by the metrics we've just established. And this tells us that then there's a need for a number of reforms. And I think the reforms start at home. It's often boggled me that, you know, the AU, you just gain membership just by dint of where you are. I mean, just because you're on the continent, there's no standards, there's no criteria. And that is a liability. That is a huge liability. You find, I mean, at some point in the old OAU, Idi Amin chairing the continental body. And of course, the 21st century has its own Idi Amins who for a year get to be, you know, the face of Africa and sit atop the African Union. So the reforms are strongly needed. I think the Europeans got it right, where you can't just become a member just because of where you are geographically. It's quite a brilliant insight. Quality-based, I think it was Lenin who said, Vladimir Lenin who said, fewer but better, right? Fewer but better. Members can be added over time when they meet criteria, but where we are now, I think there's a strong case to be made for an overhauling of the, and I know I'm dreaming here. Yes, absolutely. Then I think interfacing with the US requires us now to realize that there are a number of limits that we must confront in terms of the potential of the relationship. I said earlier, the US of today is not what it used to be. And part of the decline in stature means having your own problems at home, and therefore not affording to be as generous outwardly, right? Which you know, has big implications for how we think about, as you've said, Philani, how we think about the mentality of what can the US do for Africa. Well, the US has its own problems at home, frankly. I mean, homelessness is rampant. There's opioid crisis, many problems. Cost of living is a huge problem. America is heavily indebted, and I think it has its own problems to resolve. Being, I think, a complacent, perhaps rapidly declining power. And so, when I think about what does Africa have to offer, and I wonder whether America has an appetite for it. You mentioned food, Bob. So I think of agriculture, but there's a limitation there because both Africa and the US are agricultural exporters. Africa aspires to be where actually America is in terms of being a leader in the world in agricultural exports. And I think there's going to be limitations on how much trade can actually take place on this. That's why the WTO negotiations have failed because of US and of course EU hesitance and opposition to buying agricultural goods from the global south. then that would mean you would probably want to export manufactured goods to the US. But still, I think you cannot out-innovate the US. It's got a very well-developed innovation system, rooted, I think, in the history of the Cold War. So there's just a well-funded, heavily capacitated innovation system that actually attracts Africans rather than them staying here and doing all that innovation. Then politically, I think there are limits as well, because as we see, both Africa and the US are actually both internally themselves divided on a number of the big questions that confront us. I think a lot of the Republican base, for example, is pro-Russia in the war against Ukraine. And on the other hand, the Gaza issue is splitting the Democratic Party. Some who are pro-Israel, some who are pro-Palestine. The same can be said in Africa about a number of global issues. So there's no binding ideology. So I think what I'm long-windedly alluding to, the point I'm trying to drive home, is us adjusting to a US that is a second-rate power, right? Second-rate power, the US, with which, by the way, still a lot can be done. A lot can still be pursued. But a fundamental relook and coming to terms with the reality of a US that is no longer where it used to be. So I think on things like climate change, I think on the cost of living, there is a kind of conflicts of interest, actually, if you will. Even on interstate conflicts, I think if you were to, his future historians, if they try to, or when they try to understand when exactly America can be said to have declined, or that decline to have finally consolidated, I think the Afghanistan withdrawal actually can be, because what happened soon after, you had, by the way, not the Ukraine war, which is the biggest flashpoint, but you had other regional fires exploding because of the recognition, really, that the US can no longer afford and no longer has the appetite to be the world's policeman, if you will, including on, quiet places like the Kyrgyzstan-Tajikistan border, including now, Azerbaijan has completely swallowed up the Nagorno-Karabakh disputed area. Even South America, there's of all places between Venezuela and Guyana. So America has clearly lost its potency, and this is leading to conflict. And I think this is one of those areas where Africa has a gap to fill, and can do so in collaboration with the US. So there are clear signs of US decline, but we are still in search of African agency. And I think I'm also going to listen as to where this African agency can come from. Thanks a lot.
Thanks. I think as I was listening to you, Professor Ndenze, I was like, if I'm an American and I keep hearing the word American decline, in every sentence, I would be like, gosh, as an American citizen, we are in the big trouble, more so if I'm an American official. But maybe it's a wake-up call. And of course, I think one of the other points that has made sense to me from an African agency perspective is the whole issue of African attitudes. In fact, as you're speaking, I kind of drew parallels with psychology, with the field of psychology, where I talk of mindsets. The African mindset is a dependent mindset, to your point earlier, Jacob. So if we are to develop agency, how do we move away from, even when we are thinking African agency, we are still thinking of what can America still do for us? What can Trump do for us? I think it's like we need kind of an electric or mental shock to just twist completely and think from an African perspective. But I think it's not for me to really respond to these questions, but to invite colleagues in the room and those joining us online for comments and questions. Let me start with Shilaho first this time around. then come to here. You can expect heavy artillery from that corner.
Thank you, Bob, and thanks the presenters for your very incisive presentations. Basil, about Rwanda as one of those very few African countries with the audacity to exercise its agency. Not so sure. The same thing with Ethiopia. But these are states that we could characterize as developmental authoritarianism kind of states. And with the Rwandan case, it's about the genocide credit that Kagame keeps cashing again and again. If you look in that region, Kenya, the biggest economy, most populous, Uganda, bigger than Rwanda, Tanzania, bigger in terms of landmass population. But Rwanda has consistently been, heavily donor funded, to the tune of $1 billion per year, which dwarfs, those are the neighbors which are much bigger economies, bigger populations, and would say bigger problems. And so Kagame's astuteness lies in the fact that in terms of diplomacy, he really punches above his weight. And therefore, the narrative that unlike his colleagues, these top characters described as, where they get the donor funding, they loot in the embezzle and stuff like that. There's the narrative that in Rwanda, the money is put to proper use. And therefore, he's gotten away with a lot. Repression, extrajudicial executions, and what have you. So it's not really an exemplary case. It's much more nuanced than that. The same could be said about Ethiopia. Very populous, the second most populous country in Africa. If you're the US or any other external actor, you'd actually be cautious, exercise a lot of circumspection in how you handle such a country. It's very fragile, could very easily tip over the cliff. And we saw it in the recent past in the Tigray region. Possibly war crimes are committed, but Abiy Ahmed is walking around, the kind of things that somebody else would easily have been indicted for if it was in another African country. And so Ethiopia has managed, since the Meles Zenawi era to date, is managed to get away with a lot. And Abiy Ahmed managed even to wrong foot the Nobel Peace Prize Committee. So they're much more nuanced than that. And these are countries that also raise questions about the applicability of international law and international norms. Kagame has been implicated in instability in Eastern Congo. Nothing happened. He's not sanctioned. He's not reprimanded. The same thing can be said about Ethiopia. Expediency as far as these oft quoted international norms. What are they? International law, the Gaza Strip, where is it? So in Rwanda and in Ethiopia, my summation is that the army has got the state. The army has the state in Rwanda, the army has the state in Ethiopia. And that is it. To just sum up, I do concur with you that Africa has to get its act together. This notion that, Donald Trump didn't have policy on Africa, it borders on paternalism, the kind of relationship we want to disengage from. This notion that Russia-Ukraine conflict, we are for Russia. When there's a conflict between China and the US, we are for China. I think it betrays our lack of agency and still groping in the dark for direction. I do concur with you as far as that's concerned. And then to end, I think Idi Amin was a complex character. He wasn't a stock character as is portrayed. This what Bob talked about, drawing parallels between Donald Trump and Idi Amin. These are complex characters, and as scholars we have to actually approach them as such. If the media and the popular narratives want to lampoon these people, they strip them of complexity, and we have to be careful about that. Thank you so much.
It was good to have Dr. Weston Shilaho because, we do not want a situation where we are falling in line. Absolutely. It defies the nature of academy. In a situation like this, we want debate. But I'm sure if we engage in fulsome debate, this will take the whole day. So I'll allow our speakers to comment very briefly, then we move on to our colleague Bradley Johnson, and then Bradley, who is right here.
I mean, it was a comment rather than a question.
Sure.
So I will yield the floor.
Yeah, I think my only sort of comment for now is just to, I think based on also what, the last input and some of the comments in the question, a lot of it comes back to us. I mean, you spoke about the African Union, and therein lies the weaknesses. I mean, you can't be taken seriously if over 70% of your budget is coming from the EU to run your programs. There was this huge discussion when China built the physical infrastructure, the physical building of the AU. Massive, headlines. Oh, Africa is being, taken over by China. And I asked my counterparts, okay, so we have an issue with China building the physical infrastructure, but we are not threatened by the fact that we rely on over 70% of our budget coming from the EU to actually pay our staff members to run the AU's programs. And we don't see that as a threat, but we see their physical building as a threat. Okay, well, maybe both of them are threats. And we certainly know that the continent generates enough money to actually fund its own programs. But we also know that Africa is a net exporter of capital, but through illicit means. So I think if we don't address a lot of these issues that you're speaking about, then we won't have the sovereignty that you speak about. And if we don't have that sovereignty, we don't have a continental strategic autonomy, and then we definitely do not have agency. And then agency becomes limited to pockets on the continent. And even those pockets become maybe issue-based, and maybe some countries have greater agency on these issues than on those issues. But I think we do have to really answer those questions about taking our own agency seriously. So I like the sort of systematic approach of saying, do we understand what is agency and how do we achieve agency, in the first place?
Just very briefly, I want to appreciate Weston, Dr. Shilao's input and say that I agree with him that these are in some ways vicious regimes domestically, right? But outwardly was my area of focus, that they do seem to carry a level of autonomy and agency. Look, I agree. It's very aid dependent. I'm not here, by the way, as a Kagame spokesperson, but that aid as a proportion of revenue has been dwindling. It used to be as high as almost 90%. Now I think it's approaching 20%. So it is a country on the move. We may quibble about its politics, and I agree with you on the human rights front, but I think outwardly then it's able to cobble up a certain level of agency. So if you were to create a spectrum or an index of agency on the continent, it would be on the higher end. Thanks.
Thanks. And I think on the Rwanda bit, everybody has commented on how, for example, Kigali is a very clean city and they are, on upward trajectory. That's one vision. On the other hand, they're like, it's one of the most repressive. So I think it's a country of contrast, and it figures here in some form. I think that there's a colleague online. Oh, no, right, my neighbor here.
before we go to anybody online, right?
Oh, no, you can go to someone.
No, start off, yeah. Let me suggest that for speakers, you say your name and your institution or wherever you are, not for anything else other than for us to know you, but also to record, because we want to transcribe this into a report that goes out. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Siam Tanda Mashikwila. I'm the SRC Student Development and Support Officer, but also I'm currently doing my master's this year in theatre and performance. And something that I'm really interested in, obviously, is politics and theatre, but then also academia and an African agency as well. So that's why I'm here. So thank you so much to all the speakers that contributed to the discussion today. I learned a lot. There's a lot of insights that I have towards the UN now that I didn't have before. So I really appreciate this knowledge. But I've just been sitting and thinking about certain points that have been raised, but I want to build on what Dr. Philani had mentioned. I really resonated with what he had said about free trade area, and also on international law and how it should be applied to all fairly and shouldn't be abused, that they shouldn't be abused their power in trading relations, such as using their laws, barring certain countries from trading with others or threatening their sanctions, which in relation with the need for African agency. Also, what Prof. Basso mentioned right now about, do we even have a strategy for in creating an African agency, and are we in a position to be able to even think independently? And I like what you mentioned about African mindset and how we're so dependent on the US government in terms of everything that we do in the country. So mainly my question really is on the history of trading of goods between the US and Africa, and also basically referring to all the looting of goods and minerals within the country, and how possibly would the West be okay with trading for goods and market value with African countries instead of buying or taking at raw material level, because we are losing a lot of our raw materials right now. And there's a huge issue with load shedding, water crisis in South Africa specifically. So those are just some of the questions that I have, because I also think it would be would provide great economic benefits for developing countries, and it would be a way of ensuring African agency within that section within the world. But then also, my second question really lies on the youth. And as a student leader and a student activist, I understand that some of my peers are not really informed about the Biden administration and the Trump administration, especially with elections coming up within the year, but also within our country as well. And the possibility of how we can improve our African agency within academia at institutional level to ensure that even the youth is more informed about the election season that's coming up and to make the right choices for themselves in order to vote and everything. Yeah, thank you.
No, thanks. I think very, very quickly, any of the three speakers to respond to that, noting that there is Professor Sunday Adebisi from UNILAG, University of Lagos. We'll give you an opportunity shortly, but let's just respond. Let's have a quick response here, then we go to that. So, if Philani, Steve, I think, yeah.
2 quick points. Thank you. On the taking of raw materials from the continent, yes, we are blessed with having in the ground what everybody wants, it's including what are known as critical minerals and green minerals, which are going to be used more and more in cell phones and solar and new clean technologies. I mean, I think we really need to get our act together through the AFCFTA and other tools to really add value on the continent before it goes. So you hear so many stories about fruit being exported, but so few stories about fruit juice being exported. And we need to find ways to add value to the very nice South African word beneficiate. But just a thought. I mean, I think the rest of the world is puzzled by the American election, that these two men in their 70s and 80s are the best that they can come up with. I mean, this is the contest. This is the contest of, and we've seen their track records. We've seen what they have done in their administrations. It's, I think, perplexing to many people around the world, including in Africa.
Let me abuse my role as moderator to go to Bradley. Quick comment. And just, okay, so let's start with Bradley. We come to you. Then Professor Sunday, just hang on a minute. We're coming to you.
Thanks a lot, Bob. I always enjoy these interactions that we have. You invite me to these wonderful interactions. I'm not a professor, academic. I'm a business person. My name is Bradley Jackson. I have a forum, a small business forum coming up in October, which is focused on U.S. and African small businesses, increasing trade to and from the United States. Just a couple of points. Dr. Palani, you saw me shaking my head to much of what you said because you're spot on. Just a couple of observances, things I want to share. I did go to the African Leaders Summit in 2022. I did attend the AGOA Forum last year as well. And I do work quite a bit with the U.S. mission, all of the agencies, Prosper and all of them, in leading up to my forum in October. But last year, I spent quite a bit of time at, I was trying to understand what is U.S.'s Africa policy. And I said, let me just start at the Congressional Black Caucus, which is an annual event that happens. Basically all the legislators from the United States meet. I think there's 60 of them. Professor, I think you know this as well. And I asked Congressman Meeks, who is the ranking member of in the committee on foreign relations, and I said, I've been coming to CBC for about 20 years. When I was a student, I used to go. Why is it that Africa's, and they use the convention center in Washington, why are the breakaway rooms, there's only 4, 5 breakaway rooms over 4 days on Africa? And he said, we're just not getting the participation. So when I went to, and I tried to make all 4 of the sessions, what I did notice is something that you said. Most of the Black people were diaspora. They were Nigerian American, Ghanaian American, just Africans original from Africa, living, working, starting families in the U.S. And then a couple of the agencies that are supporting trade with Africa told me the same thing. SBA, Department of Commerce, it's Africans from the diaspora that are pushing and trying to create the connectivity. African Americans, and I can say this, we never learned about Africa in school. We're also very much caught up in our own issues, reparations, gun violence, incarceration, all these other issues. Nobody's talked to us. Nobody's explained Africa. So that's one thing. So one of the things that we're doing for our forum is reaching out to all of the Black chambers of commerce, the major ones in the United States, and pushing for them to come. There are state agencies, as you said, that provide grant funding. So they don't even have to pay to come, but they don't even know about these resources. So what I'm saying is that we need a better job in the connectivity, the ecosystem to make trade happen, and then people's eyes can be opened. On AGOA, we know, somebody said it earlier, all the stats are large corporate America taking advantage of AGOA. Very little small business happening. If you were at the forum last year, you heard this, you heard them talk about it. Corporate Council on Africa is large corporate. They are not small business, which is where the growth and the transactions are going to happen. So it's critical that we create connective tissue. And then, of course, Wamkele made an excellent presentation. I think maybe a few of you were there, and he was talking about small business and how small business needs to take front and center stage on this Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement or area. So I just wanted to just point out that there are things happening, but we're struggling to connect the tissue. I would venture to say that, and maybe Prof, you can help with this, we need to have you all come to Washington and have some discussions and explain this to people, because we're not there. But thank you.
Thank you, Bradley. That's more of a comment than an invitation.
Yeah.
You ended, Stephen was ending with anecdotes. You ended with an invitation to Washington, D.C. for us to come and, explain to see the connection, actually learn from each other rather than teach or explain whatever. So I think that being a comment, and Bradley will be discussing that, of course, to how to advance that course. I think I'll come to a colleague from IR, International Relations, to.
My name is Mopedi Mushweshwe. I'm a lecturer in the Department of International Relations here at WIT. Mine is really just another comment. Yeah, more of an observation and a comment than anything, not a question. And my comment is as follows. Really, in the discussions of this kind, the kind that we have had today, when we talk about particularly relations between Africa and major players like the EU, the US, etc., what is often conspicuously missing to me in this kind of discussions is to ask a very, very, what I think is a key question, and maybe but that should be a starting point when you look at it from the African side of these conversations. To say, what is it that a big country like the United States of America, what is it that a big player like the EU means? What do they want? What is it that actually compels them to drive? Because more often than not, as Baso has indicated, they're often the initiators and the leaders. They tend to drive the relation. We should first of all ask ourselves, what is it that compels them to initiate these relations, and why are they so interested? And I think if we adopt that approach and make sure that it becomes a central question, it will then inform us better in terms of when we think of talking about specific initiatives such as AGOA, the specific initiatives that with the EU, what do you call them, the trade and relations, to realize how then to engage in a more meaningful way, understanding our own interest if we do, the fact that we have not yet developed a persona in that space may make it difficult for us to define our common interest, but at least will make us understand what it is that our extant friends really are interested in. I think in that context, you can then realize that initiatives like AGOA, as much as it can be used every now and then as a negotiation gimmick or something like that, it is relatively safe as far as I'm concerned, given the context that one of the speakers earlier on, I cannot recall who indicated that Africa once again is seeing some kind of it has become a darling. Everybody else wants to have the presence, everybody wants to visit. To say that then, I think in that context, you realize that America cannot really afford to just let go of AGOA also. It can use it like it was used very, very effectively against South Africa. I think by President Obama in his latter days about matters around chicken, etc. Very, very effectively. But I think it cannot really, America afford at this point in time when FOCAC and everybody else is coming in to just wholesale pull out of the continent. I think that cannot happen. So we should have that in mind when we talk about what it is that America can, or what interests are, and what is that drives America-Africa relations. We must realize that they have a lot of stake.
Thanks, Moshe. And I think on that note of looking at considering U.S. interests as a means of developing African agency as another input, it looks like we can't run away. We can't just talk of sovereignty on the African end elsewhere. We must understand their interests. But I think on this note, we haven't been a very equal forum this far because we've focused on physical presence. It's like we never learned from COVID. But for now, let's go to our audience who are joining us online. Let's start with Professor Sunday at the BC, if I'm not getting it wrong. I hope we can hear you. You can unmute. Try and make it brief, not so much of anything else, but because of time, welcome.
Well, thank you very much for having us, and I hope you can hear me loud and clear. I'm Sunday Adebisi. I'm a professor of entrepreneurship and strategic management from the University of Lagos. Thank you very much for inviting us to this. What an amazing discussion. AU and US, relation. I have been listening with keen interest, and I've heard so many things said about the disproportionate nature of this relationship between Africa and the US. And I want to just do a little bit of shift to look at Africans and Africans. And I'll be asking some questions that I think is important or very important for us to answer within ourselves. As Africans together, how very strong do we work together? Do we integrate together for us to be globally and regionally competitive? We need to begin to ask that question because the rationality of each country in Africa seems to, I don't know if I'm getting the attention of the moderator, whether I should hold on or I should keep on.
We can hear you.
All right, I saw that the moderator left. Okay, thank you. So I think we need to begin to speak to us. I've seen that we've looked at this relationship between Africa and the US, but I want to look at this relationship from the side of Africans with Africans, African countries with the rest African countries. How are we preparing ourselves to be globally competitive? We are fractionalized and being integrated. We do not have a lot of handshakes with ourselves. The AU is extremely weak because it is only association of presidents who do not talk to themselves most time until when they feel that they should come together to have a meeting. And in most of the things that are happening, you see that you cannot find the agenda, the African agenda that is being pushed by the African leaders. I agree with one person inside the house in there who was saying it does not really, it's not compulsory for every nation in Africa to be part of the AU. I think it needs to be reconfigured and let countries that really want to stand as African countries to put the African agenda to be together so that every other country will see, we evaluate the benefit in AU before joining. Today, it's been very difficult for AFTA to start very well. There are a lot of serious restrictions. If I'm coming to South Africa, I need to go and apply for a long time to get visa. In South Africa, we have to go to Nigerian embassy to go there queue for visa. If I want to go to Uganda, I need to do visa. And when we keep on doing this to ourselves, the implication of that is that we're so fragmented that we cannot collectively have, an engagement with a nation like America and EU. So we need to therefore speak to ourselves and take a decision, especially we in academics, and take the decision to begin to push and see how it can be a strong influence on the AU to realize how we break these barriers. How can we, first of all, have the beautiful handshakes among ourselves? How can we be very strong to engage with America, to engage with the Chinese? Yeah, today the Chinese is almost everywhere in Africa. What they bring to Africa seems to be the value that Africa needs. And the question is, why is it that all these years Africa cannot give this value to itself? We cannot live within ourselves without, collaborating with the external countries of the West and in Asia. But the fact remains, how do we balance this arrangement? How can we be very, very comfortable when we're negotiating and it's not that our advantage is being taken most of the time? So this is one great concern that I have. How do we have a continental competitive strategy an engagement that will make Africa not just to be the little person on the side of negotiation. How can we get to the point that the resources in Africa will be in charge of it, and when we're negotiating it for the betterment of Africa? So all these are the questions in my head, and I want us to look at too. As we point this finger to the US, the four fingers pointed to ourselves as countries of Africa. And now we'll be able to integrate and work together for us to be what are regionally and globally competitive. So that's my own comment as I listen to everyone. Thank you for this kind of engagement.
Thank you. I think clearly our work for us, and I'm saying this, I'm saying our work is cut out for us in this project, because the question then that has been thrown back to us in terms of developing African agency is Africans and Africa. It seems like talking at cross purposes. But I think it's an important question that we have to develop African agency, and I think this fits in the whole discussion around African integration and the people, which has been a song actually. But thank you, Professor Ishmael. I'm sure we'll be able to collaborate going forward. Right now, we'll move on to Ismail Ibrahim. Ibrahim, please introduce yourself as well, and welcome to make a comment. Try and summarize as much as you can so that we can transition. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Ismail Ibrahim. I'm the director responsible for international relations, partnership, and prospects at the University of Lagos. And I'm a professor of journalism and communication studies at the university. That's my day job. First, let me congratulate you on what is turning out to be an excellent program. About 2 years ago, I was at an event at the US consulate in Nigeria and talking to the consul general, who are looking at having an area study at the University of Lagos on American studies. And he said to me that he mentioned what you do, the excellent work that you do at WIT, and that perhaps that is a model that perhaps we should look at, and that he was also supportive. I think he was in South Africa before coming to Nigeria, supportive of the work that you were doing at WIT. So I'm really impressed with what we have done so far. And I believe that perhaps this kind of center is the right way to go, because I used to wonder to myself, you have a lot of universities in America having centers for African studies. And I think that has deepened their understanding, their knowledge of the way things work in Africa. Why shouldn't we do the same thing here in Africa to try to understand better the way relations work between Africa and America? And I love the contribution around the factor of agency in terms of what drives the relations between, or what underpins the relation between the US and African countries. And I'm looking forward to collaborating more with, our university collaborating more with Center for American Studies. It's just to say that I've been impressed with what we've been doing so far, and I'm looking forward to us working together as a university. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ibrahim. And I think on that very positive note, I'm not too sure. Actually, to let you in, tomorrow I'm going to face my board, our board, the board of African Center for the Study of the US. So I'll say Professor Ibrahim said he's very impressed with our center. So the board can also follow suit. They should be biased. Right. But I think now we are circling towards the end of our session. We only have about 5 minutes to 1, and we want to also have some lunch, and then transition to the afternoon session. So I think you will allow me, unless there's something a very burning question, a very urgent one, you'll allow me to go back to our speakers to give them each a minute or two to make their final remarks. Then we close the morning session, go to lunch, and then return to discuss, ventilate on, reflect on the Africa-US Universities Network. linked to these discussions as well. So let's start with Stephen and move on. Stephen.
Thank you, and thank you for all the comments and questions. I've heard this a lot, that we have to get our house in order, we need to collaborate more, and it's true, but it's complex. As I said, Africa is not a country, and it's a very heterogeneous mix of different sorts of states. Sometimes we know what we're against, but we don't really know what we're for. And it's a challenge. And I think everybody, all my fellow panelists have talked about strategies and thinking forward, trying to find equitable ways of engaging and advantageous ways of engaging. But I think it's also learning by doing. And whoever is in the White House, we're going to have to deal with. And, I think the world might be future-proofing itself for the second Trump administration. Is NATO still going to exist in the same form? I think there are a lot of questions. And, Biden doesn't strike me as the most energetic young man. He's energetic for a 78-year-old. But, we have to also get on with our own story, and we have to be the masters of our own destiny wherever that's possible. So thank you for a really engaging morning.
No, thank you, colleagues. Great discussion. And I think sort of building on what Stephen is saying, and also what Baso had said earlier, is that, and this is an opportunity, I think, in terms of US-Africa relations. At times the US gets concerned, let's say, about the influence of China, Russia, and other countries on the continent. Let's make the argument that it's in the US interest to work with African stakeholders to actually establish greater capacity, in their state infrastructure, so that African states are actually able to exercise the sovereignty that you speak about. It's actually in the US interest to build the capacity of individual African states who still struggle to establish, their own sovereignty. So I think that's quite an important area. I think moving forward is just asking ourselves, what is agency? How do we establish agency? How do we engage? And face the reality that yes, we are not a single country. But at the same time, I think we do have to contend with the reality that at times our interests may not necessarily align with the interests of other great powers. So if we want to establish regional value chains, if we want to have greater sovereignty over our natural resources and determine better the price at which we will trade the type of minerals that are going to fuel the fourth industrial revolution, that may not necessarily align with the interests of major corporations who have planned that in order for them to be profitable, they need to access mineral resources at as cheap a price as possible. And understanding that at times there is a misalignment in interest, then we do need to understand that some of the things that we want to do as a continent, we actually can't do it with other stakeholders. Some of those things are going to have to be done by ourselves, through our own resources, through our own domestic resource mobilization, through closing the gaps when it comes to illicit financial flows, and so that we can actually fund some of those initiatives. Last point, I really like the point you are mentioning, that we really actually need to map, these entry points, and make it easier for African policymakers and US, stakeholders to actually see those entry points, in the US, but also in the various states within the US, to engage. And here I'm making a case, a lobbying case, for Bob and his partners, that more resources will be needed, to actually do some of these exercises, going forward. But with that, thank you, colleagues.
Well, I have nothing further to add, really, from what my colleagues have said. I'm so grateful for the invitation, and I've learned a lot today from both panels and from the audience. And if you were to take one thing away from my talk, if you somehow bump into a genie on your way out of here, my one wish would be for a smaller African Union that is principle-based. And maybe just to end off with a few plugs, Bob. To end off with a few plugs, Bob and I and Adam are working on a conference this year on elections. Both the US and a lot of the world, including South Africa, are having elections this year. So we're working on a big conference to take place in June. You can go to aiandelections.com. We're looking particularly on the question of artificial intelligence, that fourth industrial revolution. So aiandelections.com. And as a newly minted deputy editor-in-chief of the Journal of Contemporary African Studies, JCAS, under Taylor and Francis, that came this week. I'm really hoping to see these conversations as submissions, as papers in that very, very important journal, the only really journal of African studies that is based and run from Africa. So thank you very much once again.
A round of applause for our speakers. We'll go to lunch now, but let me just quickly take advantage of this to say to our colleagues from UNILAG, University of Lagos, I think we'll be getting in touch with you separately. We have a network in which Krista and Adam have been on the forefront, called Africa US Universities Initiative. We'll be very glad to invite UNILAG into University of Lagos, particularly because we're not saying UNILAG is more important than University of Bujumbura, but you're in Lagos, so it will be interesting to have you on board. And of course, I think Basil, I was going to be very surprised if you didn't mention something AI or fourth industrial revolution, and I think you've read the occasion.
Here's a new book out on the fourth industrial. Buy it.
Okay, so Philanius, so I think we need to all jump onto the fourth industrial revolution and AI. But thank you very much, colleagues, both from the first session and the second session. I wish I could thank you individually, but I think in the interest of time, we'll stop here. For those of us joining us online, kindly rejoin us at 2 p.m. South Africa time. I suppose that's about
1 hour.
1 hour from now. Wherever you are in whatever time zone. Thank you very much. Let's reconvene at 2. Thanks.
Workforce and labor supply, right? So very important role that higher education will play on the continent, not just for African development, but really, for the international community as well. And so just to start off, it's important as well to highlight, and this was also, I think, alluded to in the morning session as well, that African institutions of higher education in particular have a history of developmentalist imperatives as well. In this kind of post-colonial era, we heard a lot this morning about the fourth industrial revolution. A lot of those debates and discussions and a lot of the ideas and innovations around AI and integrating AI into our economies and societies and whatnot are going to come from the spaces of higher education. So just to kind of start us off though with maybe a little bit of data on tertiary enrollment here in Africa and in African countries. This is 2020 data from the UN, but it shows that in Africa, 9%, the ratio of tertiary or the enrollment, data on tertiary enrollment in African countries in 2020 was set at 9%, which is in contrast to the world average tertiary enrollment of about 40%. And in high income countries, that enrollment rises to 79%. So you can see that there's a significant dearth in terms of African students enrolling in tertiary education and those opportunities being available. And this, of course, then contrasts, of course, with this is also the continent which is going to become the most populous over the coming decades. UNESCO data shows that the continent's 14.6, and this is again 2020, 14.6 million tertiary students in 2020 represented only 6.6% of the global total number of students studying in higher education at that particular time. Insufficient to meet Africa's development needs and insufficient to meet really the global needs. Not to mention there are, of course, human capital deficiencies, physical facilities and teaching infrastructure deficiencies, quality of graduates in terms of digital skills and lifelong learning. The list, you know, we can add to that list. I mean, across the continent and the world, really, we need our students to be able to have content knowledge of a variety of disciplines, and also develop a mindset and habit of thoughts that enable them to continually learn, right? So we're in a different environment where folks aren't going to necessarily train in one field and then stay in that field for the next 40 or 50 years, right? And we need to be more transdisciplinary in terms of our learning. So all of those kind of impulses, you know, I think support the need for greater collaboration, greater support and partnerships across continents, certainly between the United States and African universities. I think it's important for us to, you know, highlight as well, though, that there's been quite a number of partnerships, right? There's been quite a number of collaborations going back many decades, really since the time of independence. But oftentimes these are not, we don't know what each other are doing. They're not oftentimes coordinated, and they tend to be siloed within, you know, specific disciplines or specific programs. So I think, and I hope my two colleagues will speak more to our you know, proposed idea of a larger network, U.S. Africa Universities network. But I think in you know, kind of reflecting on that proposal, if you will, it's useful to consider what my current Howard colleague Paul Zeleza actually refers to as an ideas ecosystem, right? Comprised of universities, but also think tanks, maybe even business and government, right? So that we have kind of an ecosystem of ideas that feeds into kind of a larger, you know, kind of consortia or a space that can be tapped, you know, by multiple, I guess, actors and stakeholders. You know, just sitting where I am at Howard University, I mean, it becomes more and more clear to me that we really need to have interinstitutional collaborations and consortia, right? Also coming to Wits University, we met with some of the colleagues here who are in external affairs and in strategic partnerships. And you can certainly get the sense that they're, I don't know if overwhelmed is quite the right word, but, you know, certainly inundated with requests for partnerships, requests for collaborations, et cetera, et cetera. I think ways in which we can, thinking about ways in which we can, you know, mainstream maybe these collaborations and partnerships under an umbrella consortium or something, I think would be fruitful in terms of not reinventing the wheel or replicating initiatives, but also I think streamlining for institutions to allow them to better take advantage of opportunities that exist, right, and not necessarily be, you know, kind of overwhelmed with the number of requests that might be received. Let me also say, I think it's important as we're thinking about, you know, building U.S. Africa university partnerships and networks, it's important to continue to keep on the front burner the necessity to align our programming, our activities, our agenda with continental agendas, to build transformative and impactful knowledge. This is, I mean, with regards to, say, Agenda 2063, SDGs, but also AFCFTA. I don't remember who was in the morning session who was actually talking about. Randy, maybe you can say something else about Wamkele Mene, but when I had a brief conversation with him asking about higher education, there was, I think, the aspiration as well to, because I said, well, how are you going to train all of these people to do, you know, to fuel this, you know, this kind of trade and this uptick in trade and investment? He said, no, we have a plan for that. So I don't know if others, I haven't heard much more about that, but integrating, I think when we're thinking about setting up this kind of network and consortium, it's important that we think about strategically about how we can or may integrate into these existing ideas, maybe even if they're just blueprints at this particular time. Let me also just say, well, I think throwing out, I guess, a couple of just other points. You know, when we're thinking about upscaling like higher education on the African continent, I think we need to be open to, as I said before, I think different, and I know my colleague, Dr. Jill, is going to talk about this, really, you know, co-creating modalities of learning, you know, be open to embracing indigenous epistemologies, right? I mean, that has to be all part and parcel of, you know, kind of these discussions about U.S.-Africa partnerships and these kind of, this larger network. So I hope that you do have an opportunity to speak on that. I would also say that, right, I mean, in certain important ways, the U.S. model of higher education is not sufficient in our circumstances, right? We're seeing soaring tuition, you know, costs that, you know, cut out, you know, portions of our population being able to access higher education. You know, it's out of reach for many. So thinking really about what the model, you know, should be or is, just in terms of higher education, because I'm not too sure that we have gotten that right. That's why it's very important you talk about, you know, kind of prioritizing community colleges and other, you know, even models in the United States that seem to be much more effective in terms of really meeting the societal, you know, workplace needs, because they're just much more fluid and malleable, and, you know, than our kind of rigid siloed, you know, four-year degrees. We need to kind of inculcate a culture of lifelong learning, right? Where we might be targeting folks who are not, you know, 18 to 21 or 22, but the advanced learners or adult learners or people coming back into the workforce or needing retraining. I think, you know, the models will necessarily look very different than what we sitting in U.S., you know, mainstream higher education might be familiar with. I would also just add, I mean, I think that there's some interesting examples in the U.S. Of these kinds of intellectual exchanges and engagements that have been funded by Congress. I'm thinking here particularly, and Jeff, you probably don't know anything about this, and maybe others don't either. Maybe Adam does, because Adam is all-knowing about the East-West Center. So the East-West Center, many of you might not have heard of it, but it's actually it's a think tank in Washington D.C. that focuses on U.S.-Asia relations and engagement, right? But that is a center, that is a think tank, which was created by an act of Congress and which is funded by Congress. We have no similar thing. We have think tanks in Washington D.C. that have an Africa focus, but nothing like the East-West Center, which really, you know, kind of, I think has consistently, you know, built going back to Paul Zaleza's, you know, kind of, you know, comment of this, an ideas ecosystem around U.S.-Asia, you know, kind of engagement. And so that's, again, something to, you know, kind of maybe think about or consider as we're trying to develop this idea of a U.S.-Africa partnership, universities partnership and network. I'm going to stop there.
Thank you again, Professor Johnson. And again, I'm sure there was a lot of questions either online or in the room. We'll go through first round of speakers, so please hold your questions, write them down. And so we'll move on next to Mr. Adam Clayton Powell.
Thank you to our moderator. Thank you to Bob Ukesa. Thank you to all of you here at University of the Witwatersrand for inviting me and including me in this very important discussion. Also, as you can see from those on the screen, there is interest from around the United States. I see a number of familiar faces and familiar names. Of course, you know it is 7 in the morning in Washington, D.C. and 4 a.m. in Los Angeles. So people have gotten up well before dawn to tune into this discussion and take part. So too to the Africa-U.S. University Network, and it is the Africa-U.S. Universities Network, not the U.S.-Africa Universities Network. And we named it that from the start with Bob's leadership because it is primarily driven by the interests and goals of universities in Africa, and linking them to universities in the United States, we think is in our enlightened self-interest in the U.S. to create stronger universities and stronger education on both sides of the Atlantic. But it's a different way of framing. For example, the African Center for the Study of the United States, which Bob directs. When I introduced Bob, he's in Washington, I introduced him as the director, or before that, the deputy director of the African Center for the United States. A lot of people, especially Black Americans, said, uh-oh, that's not the usual framing that we're used to. We use the U.S. looking at Africa. This is Africa looking at the U.S. Similarly, this is the Africa-U.S. University Network. Let's step back for a moment and see how the network was created. Bob Wekesa was key, his leadership. Krista Johnson at Howard Resources, Jennifer Cook at George Washington University Resources, and the University of Southern California in both Los Angeles and Washington, D.C., contributed some assistance and use of facilities. But it's interesting how the network has evolved. And if you could think of it in sort of aviation terms, it's not hub to hub. It's many to many. It's not as if there's going to be one clearinghouse for everything, all the ideas from Africa in one place, whether it's here or in some other spot on the continent. And there's not going to be some one place in Washington or any place else in the United States that's going to be the clearinghouse for all of the ideas in the network. Instead, it is many to many. And so this is an interesting structure that has evolved, because what we have here is something which we probably never expected, or certainly didn't design, which is to enable universities and countries throughout the African continent, as far north as Egypt and North Africa, all the way to South Africa, to engage not only in the network, but to engage directly, not just with Washington and New York and Los Angeles, but with universities around the United States. When we had a meeting of the U.S. universities interested in joining the network, we had, what, 50 universities from all over the country. That's remarkable. And so what has started to happen? Virginia Tech, to take just one example, they've started to do point-to-point bilateral programs with universities around Africa. Universities here in Africa, I see a few represented, Nairobi, Steve Shara in Malawi. They've started to contact universities in the United States directly. Again, point to point, not hub to hub. Maryland is going to be key. Both the State University of Maryland, Maryland University, but also I see represented on the screen at least one person from Morgan State, who in fact just came back from Africa, Ben Davis. So we're going to see this kind of point-to-point exchange. And you spoke about partnerships. Without intending to, we've created something of a similar kind of network. And we're not doing this to appeal for funds, although all funding would be welcome. The other thing which Krista Johnson pointed out this morning is Professor Johnson is focusing on the role of diaspora in the United States. Again, we're facilitating this point-to-point engagement of different countries in Africa, universities in different countries in Africa, to engage directly with diaspora across the United States. And Professor Johnson, of course, is talking about how politically critical that diaspora is going to be in this American election. But in this many-to-many, it's not just South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, but it's also, as I said, Malawi, it's Egypt, it's countries throughout the continent. As one speaker said this morning, also, Africa is becoming crowded not just because of population growth, but becoming crowded diplomatically. There are more countries around the world that are coming to Africa. And so, in fact, we do a monthly program in Washington, D.C. and around the continent in Africa, usually the last Monday of each month. The next one will be March 25th, 9 a.m. in Washington, afternoon here. It'll be online. And the subject will be Africa's engagement with the diaspora, again, led from Africa. But in our last session, which was co-moderated by Bob here from Johannesburg, was about Africa's engagement with global powers, not just Russia and China. That's the sort of the U.S. typical framing is Africa, Russia, Africa, China. No, it's with countries all over the world. I happened to be in Korea a couple of months ago and had a couple of meetings at the foreign ministry. And Korea's foreign ministry at the minister level, their big news was Korea's initiative here in Africa, which will launch in June with Cyril Ramaphosa in Seoul standing next to the president of Korea. That's going to be a big deal. And we had Korea's perhaps leading Africa expert at a university, Won-Shin Cho. Professor Cho spoke for about 10 or 15 minutes about that and took some questions. We got emails about that. People said, well, we don't usually think about Africa and Korea. Well, it is your turn, yes. Africa becoming crowded, and Korea is just the latest. So what this network is facilitating is a kind of education diplomacy. Yes, Korea is very interested in having more Korean business here in Africa. So Samsung, Hyundai, but also Korean universities are interested in attracting more African students. Is that an African good or is it a Korean good? How does it become an African good and a Korean good? Interesting discussion. So what we're trying to do is to reframe in many ways the Africa-US educational partnership to be parallel to, but not necessarily replicating, the Africa partnerships with Europe, Africa partnerships with the United States, Africa partnerships with Asia. And let me just give a short example from my previous life before joining academia in, 20 years ago. I spent 16 years at CBS and then 3 years running National Public Radio's news operation in the United States. And my predecessor as head of NPR News and my successor as head of NPR News, they had the same previous assignment. They both came from NPR's London bureau. Classic, not to criticize NPR, classic American framing for corporations, for NGOs, and for communications. You go to London, and that becomes your ticket to leadership in the United States. Well, what if coming to Africa becomes your ticket for leadership in the United States? That's a framing that we're not usually seeing. And if you have any doubt about that, go to the movie Broadcast News. I think it's 1980s, maybe. I'm sure it's on YouTube. And the hero of the movie, at the end of the movie, is assigned to go to London. And he thinks it's a demotion. And his colleagues say, no, you don't understand. That's your ticket to the top. So again, how can we think of Africa as a ticket to the top? But in many ways, that's our U.S. interest. That's our U.S. good that's coming out of this. This morning, we heard a lot about what is the African good? What is good for Africa? And it's really about capacity building. Let's talk briefly about money. This network was launched with very little money. In fact, just about no hard dollars. It's been a lot of contributions from Bob and from Witz, from Howard, Krista Johnson, from George Washington University, through Jennifer Cook, and from USC through our center. And we need to think about what a little bit more money would do. We heard about $7 million from the U.S. government and university partnerships, about $500,000 each. But we also should think about what a larger vision might be. And between the time when I was in journalism, professional journalism in the United States, and the time I joined USC and became an academic somewhat, I was at a foundation, which was $1 billion foundation. And I came here, my first visit, I've been here more than 50 times, according to my friends here in South Africa. My first visit was just after Nelson Mandela was released. And I met the editors of all 4 anti-apartheid newspapers. Zweleki Sisulu from New Nation, Anton Harbour, who came here to be head of the journalism program, Guy Berger from South, who became the head of the program at Rhodes, and I'm going to forget his name. He edited the Afrikaner anti-apartheid newspaper, and so he was especially reviled by the National Party. But one of those 4 asked for assistance to start a capacity building program at his university here in South Africa. And as a result, our foundation stepped forward and made a major series of grants. The chairman of the foundation So what can we do as this network, Africa-US University Network, leadership here in Africa, to develop proposals that we can take to grant makers, government, foundation, corporate, to take their breath away with vision and with mission. But again, it must be led by Africa because it is the Africa-US Universities Network. And so with that, I hope we discuss that further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Just a reminder, please hold questions. We want to take one more speaker, and then we'll do a round of Q&A. But up next is Professor Jill Humphreys.
Sorry, we can't hear anyone.
Oh, yeah. So
I apologize, folks.
Oh, it's
Are you
okay.
able to hear
Thank
me
you.
now?
Yeah, we can hear you clearly
Okay.
now. Thank you.
Okay. I was just simply saying that I had an early beginning working in Southern Africa, approximately in 4 decades at the early age of 22, starting in Zimbabwe. And what I encountered from those early experiences shaped not only my professional and academic career, but it reframed my mental orientation. I've heard a lot of conversation here about Africans need to address the psychological effects of colonization. And in the context of South Africa, apartheid, to be very specific, right? We have similar situations in the context of the United States in terms of the way in which those of us who are the diaspora of enslaved Africans that were brought over, being in that environment has impacted us psychologically. As a firm believer in democratizing education for all, I've always strived to empower students and colleagues by creating inclusive and culturally relevant learning environments. My commitment to this ethos led me to pursue a Fulbright Scholar teaching appointment at a historically Black university. Folks, there are 13 Fulbright Scholars here, or 14 of us, and I believe that I'm the only one who's I'm a Fulbright teaching appointee at a historically Black university, which you all are now calling historically disadvantaged universities. It is significant in terms of where Fulbright scholars choose to invest, right, their intellectual capital. And we also need to let our HBCUs, in terms of our orientation, right, understand the significance that there are 10, I believe, historically disadvantaged universities. And Fort Hare has a particular unique history, being the first college here that educated the majority of Southern African nationalist leaders, from Nelson Mandela to Sithole to a whole host of others, which I learned about 36 years ago while working in Zimbabwe, which is why I selected Fort Hare University to invest my intellectual capital in building the next gen of Southern African leaders. The Fulbright program, which was established in 1946 by Senator William Fulbright, serves as a cornerstone of soft diplomacy, fostering people-to-people relationships and cultural exchange. Within the realm of educational exchange programs that's administered by the Bureau of Educational and Cultural Affairs, I collaborate with African colleagues, specifically as an online course designer, curriculum architect, and innovative educator. That's one of the shape-shifting or boundary-spanning roles that I play. Most recently, my work as a Fulbright specialist in 2021 and as a Fulbright scholar presently is at the Govan and Becky Research and Development Center for Postgraduate Studies at the University of Fort Hare under the visionary direction of Dr. Mamelela Mathalko. Very quickly about Dr. Mathalko, who I've known for 17 years because she's part of the Southern African diaspora that came to the States and received all of her higher education training in the States, and particularly being a graduate of Emory University. When she came back home to South Africa and assumed the position of director, she realized that the lack of providing coursework for postgraduate students, right, disadvantaged many South African students, particularly at the Black universities. So she reached out to her international network, and in an attempt to workshop, right, because there's a transformation going on within South Africa's higher education institution, that there's a recognition that there needs to be coursework, right? Doesn't necessarily have to be a US model, but there's a recognition that coursework is important because of the role of interacting with faculty, right? Both in instruction of courses, but also as mentors, because we are the ones who usher in and mentor, right, our next gen, how to publish, how to do or conduct research, all the way up through the pipeline. And without that, folks, it reproduces an inequality. There's a hidden inequality within South Africa's higher education institution, much like in the US. During my 4-year tenure as being international faculty at GMRDC, I initially taught my research methods courses that I designed online, getting up at 1 a.m. to 7 a.m., which is about 10 here to 4, to teach basically within a week what we would learn in a semester. Just fathom that for a minute. Talking about research methods, for those of you who had any kind of research methods classes, folks, what we would take a semester, 15 weeks, or even a quarter, I'm having to teach in like a week.
From these experiences, folks, I supported the center's Strengthening Research Capacity Development Program, having designed and taught the center's online research methods courses and skills-based workshops to postgraduates, emerging scholars, and because they came through, matriculated through the same system, right? With the goal of preparing the next gen of scholars, researchers, policymakers, and academics. As a result of a significant shift in student confidence and intellectual development, I've been asked, well, first, I've been contracted to design Fort Hare's online research methods course for the social science faculty. And then most recently, I've been asked again to design the social sciences and humanities honors bachelor's program, specifically research methods. So I'm literally shaping, right, or have the opportunity to participate in the transformation of Fort Hare's introduction of coursework around research methods, drawing from the years of work that I've been trained as a researcher, specifically as a scholar activist. Through my engagement as a Fulbright scholar, I am privileged to be on the front line of South Africa's education transformation, shaping the future of higher learning and knowledge production. Knowledge production, which was the conversation we had a couple of days ago. When I mean knowledge production, folks, for those of you who have had research methods courses, again, I begin the conversation with the philosophy of research. How do we know what we know? What is the nature of reality, cosmology? What is the nature of the knowledge bases that we use to validate what we think we see in the human phenomena, epistemology? Is there a purpose behind our work, teleology, or are we simply just producing knowledge for knowledge's sake? So many of these students have not only have they not had research methods, they've not had the foundational work that even begins the process of how we make sense of our world. Much like the United States, South Africa, and the continent, to be quite honest with you, is a multi-ethnic, racial, religious, it's incredibly diverse. Linguistic diversity, right? So these are complex societies, each with their own epistemologies, cosmologies, teleologies, that are rightfully understood using their own indigenous methodological frameworks to understand their communities. Just like the rest of the world has been colonized up under a European or Western mode, right, of knowledge production, it is rooted here in these institutions. And the conversations I've had with my students, they were actually surprised. As one of my students asked me, Dr. Jill, you mean to tell me that we can study our own communities under our own understanding? Which blew me away, to be quite honest with you, right? To have a young South African student asking me, someone from the African diaspora, Black diaspora, if they could use their own methodological indigenous frameworks of understanding the world to study themselves, right? Zora Neale Hurston and W. Du Bois, for those of you who know about our US history, right? We developed, African Americans or Black Americans had a similar trajectory in terms of challenging the existing educational systems in the US and how it impacted those of us of African descent, and came to the same realization that we must develop our own ways of knowing and knowledge, right, to study our communities for empowerment. What I'd like to share with you is just a couple of clips, folks. I've heard a lot of talking today. My attention span at this age is dwarfed, folks. And so I actually like to use the voices of my students to tell their own narratives, right? So we're going to start out. This is the classroom.
Sorry, Dr. Jill. Is there any way we can see the video?
Those of you on Zoom, the video will be available after the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
That's fine. So folks, let me just explain to you why this is significant. You know, there are different cultures in which we teach in. I come out of a different cultural context and environment where peer engagement, interactive activities, challenging, right, very assertively, right, our peers, that is the norm, like cultural context in which I come out of. That's not necessarily the cultural context, right, in a South African educational setting. What you're seeing is some weeks of me working with my students, right, to encourage them that, number one, they have the capacity to do this intellectual work, even though they necessarily have not had the instructional training, right, engagement with faculty in their classroom. So Akona, who is a quite shy individual, but he's brilliant, right? So for him to actually get to this point where he's explaining, right, the theoretical framework that he is using for his dissertation, right, is phenomenal in terms of his transformation and ability to engage intellectually. Some of the other dynamics is they've not seen themselves. This is the first time they've actually seen themselves, right, doing this type of work, because I tape my students, I mix and match, we use all kinds of technologies, right, so they can immediately get feedback and do their own self-correction. So it's not coming from me. Their empowerment and their learning is coming from each other and coming from engaging, like watching themselves and making the correction. I'm going to show you just briefly, because I'm currently teaching right now. I've been asked to, literally, folks, I design these classes as I'm talking to you. So I'm literally designing another research methods course for the sociology honors bachelor programs at Fort Hare University, co-teaching with a colleague. And I'm introducing AI and immersive technologies through the Meta University. So let me tell you what this is, folks. This is a transformative moment, another leapfrog moment for African students, because my focus is on human capital building. I know there's a lot of focus on the institutional networks, but I'm right in the classroom, I'm right in it, right? So folks, AI is here. So for us to have conversations about how should we use AI in higher education, what should be this and that, folks, we're already behind. So as I'm using AI, thank you, as I'm using AI to design a state-of-the-art course, research methods class, I have also spoken to my students about, I'm going to teach you how to integrate AI within the ethical context of doing research, because he or she or they that becomes the master of this technology becomes the point person contemporarily right now, because that's what's happening all over the world, folks, all over the world. So my students, by the time they finish my 15-week seminar courses, folks, I'm now teaching these courses, taking the full 15 weeks, right? They will have learned how to use various forms of AI. ChatGPT 4.0, ChatGPT Ask AI with visual, text to audio, text to visual, edit ChatGPT, ChatGPT PDF. All of these tools increase our productivity. I don't care what the discipline or field is, but they have to understand how to use it within an ethical context. So as you can see, for those of you who know research methods, these are sort of the modules in which we're going to go through. I also just contacted Meta University. I was up at 3 o'clock in the morning surfing the web, trying to find out what are the new technologies. And I came across something called Meta University, where Meta, which formerly Facebook, they're working with universities to introduce VR, virtual reality, and immersive technologies, right, for the next generation to learn how to use this technology. And they offer scholarships and they offer support. So I'm going to integrate, I'm already in a conversation with them, to integrate this into my class so that students can also begin to understand, here's another technology, immersive technologies, that can assist them in the context of research, but folks are already using this in all kinds of other fields. Robotics, that's where it's big. This is the kind of thinking, when I'm thinking about a think tank, right, or conceptualizing or envisioning, that those of us who are on the ground working with students right in it need to also be in conversation for those of you who are building the institutional capacity component to be able to do this now, right? Not wait, write a paper, but now, in terms of how do we actually train our students to learn these technologies now. So I'm going to conclude by saying that I could talk a lot more about technology, course design, I had a conversation with my students. Even though Blackboard is used within these universities, does not mean our students know how to navigate it. So can you click on, let's go to the first module, so they can just, philosophy of, yes. So even though my students, so here's the drop-down menu, right? So for those of you who are familiar, the introduction, click on Introduction to Philosophy of Research. You'll see the learning objectives. Folks, all of this is AI generated in terms of the images. I told them I want a group of African students standing together, right? And boom, right? So let's go on down to, let's try the next one. Close that. My students were not doing the assignments. And so I had a conversation. I didn't assume they weren't doing the assignments because it was a form of resistance. I said, let's just have a conversation. Explain to me what's going on. Many of them said, Dr. Jill, we're not used to the course load. We have Blackboard, but our faculty only use it to upload documents, articles, and then we just download articles, not for course design. Folks, this is a full course. It's a hybrid course. So I basically started developing another folder for them to learn, right, how to navigate this technology. So there's a part of this piece that also requires professional development for staff, faculty, in order to know how to use this technology to facilitate, right, the learning of our students exponentially. And once we do both components, right, then not only do we build the capacity of shifting the framework of our faculty, which is needed, we also are now making sure that the next gen of our young people, right, know how to use this technology. I just want to show one image. Can you show me what was this? Let's see. Philosophy of research. I'm trying to get something where there's an image. That's okay. For those of you who are interested, I'll send you the link. You can check out the images and the sophisticated design. But other than that, folks, that's sort of where I am in this larger scheme and picture and the work that we're doing on the ground, working vigorously with this next gen, so they can in fact just take off, folks. They can take off. So I'm going to end with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Humphreys. I was wonderful. I need to take that course on AI because I only use it to write emails. But yeah, that is absolutely phenomenal. So we will start our question and answer session of the program. Any questions, comments, concerns? All right, well, Valerie.
Good afternoon to everyone. So I am Valerie Buthelezi and I work at the African Center for Study for the US, but I'm also a student, a postgraduate student here at Wits University. So my question regarding the connection and the partnership between African and US institutions is that one thing that we've been discussing a lot throughout this week in our different engagements is how African universities are beginning to prioritize a shift in thinking towards decolonization and how we are now using African perspectives to engage with different disciplines outside of the traditional Western epistemologies. So how exactly will the network and linkage between the two universities actually function if they are using two different worldviews and two different world perspectives? Because in the US, for example, there are currently some states that are saying that they are moving away from even discussions about African American history. So then that means that there's clearly there's no desire to move towards any kind of shift of our worldview or how we frame our thinking. So how will these partnerships work considering the newly developing perspectives of the United States and how we are also in Africa redeveloping our own academic frameworks? Thank you.
Great question. Who would like to tackle that question?
Adam would.
You have been voluntold.
Now you see my role in this initiative. One of the things that, excellent, thank you for raising that. One of the things that we want to do is make the initiative a vessel and a conduit for research, for work such as Dr. Humphreys and others, to bring it to the attention of people, again, not just, I should say, not just via publications, but also through things that we are doing in the network, including programs, forums, convenings. If in the opinion of those who are, to use the journalistic term, the editors and the curators of the network, if they see things that we should be doing, we should be honoring, that we should be highlighting, or just presenting, I think this is a really interesting role that we're doing somewhat already in our monthly programs, but really is something which has could have an important scholarly impact across the network, Africa to the U.S., but also U.S. to Africa. But any more from my colleague?
Anyone else wanted to respond to that question? Yes, sister.
I see. Okay, thank you. My name is Ntati Sikwela. I'm director of the Africa Office for Harvard University Center for African Studies. And I joined later, I apologize, but I think that's a very interesting question that you bring. There are a lot of existing African studies centers in the United States, and I see an opportunity there for those to work as bridges between the two. So if you look at Harvard University, we have had the Center for African Studies there for 4 decades. Boston University has had that for 7 decades. And there's a consortium of African Studies Association, which has an annual event. I truly believe that there's a way in which those centers can kind of serve as a linkage between what goes on in Africa, how we advance the study here in Africa, as opposed to the work that has been happening for so many decades in the US. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else want to respond? Dr. Mohammed Mullah.
So maybe I just want to comment that in the global north, there's a lot of centers for African studies. But the problem with those centers of African studies is exactly that they want to study Africa from their perspective. And they don't, I'm not saying all of them are like that, but I'm saying the majority of them come with their perspectives and they want to study Africa and then go back. They never ever talk to the people in Africa to say, what should we really be doing and how do we create knowledge together? And that's the big problem.
Thank you, sir. And I think that was kind of my follow-up question that I had that I maybe want to pose to maybe Dr. Jill and maybe Professor Krista Johnson and Professor Jill Humphreys, is that a lot of times that these relationships are often, money is a concern, budget is a concern. So it's U.S. universities investing into African universities. Mr. Powell mentioned that the program was specifically named with Africa First, right? So then my question is, how can African universities benefit American universities, which helps to reframe the way we approach these relationships? So what benefit can American universities get from the Africans?
I can give you an example from this is a very parochial example from USC in Los Angeles. Years ago, the long time, I think he served 19 years as president of the University of Southern California, was asked, well, what's our relationship with UCLA, our crosstown rival? He said, we partner with UCLA. UCLA has to be as strong as possible to be a good partner. And someone in our last monthly meeting even invoked Plato, saying that Plato said that it was impossible for someone to possibly love somebody who they did not view as an equal. So again, the stronger the African universities are, the better it is for the US. I think it's in our enlightened self-interest.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I'm sure we can all, share what may seem to be anecdotal, individual stories of Fulbrighters who have come to Howard who have really been, remarkable. The YALI program, the Young African Leaders Initiative, the impact on our institutions. We just hired a new Zulu lecturer from here in South Africa, had to poach him from UJ, actually. So, I think, I think but I think Adam actually, kind of said it, well as well. It's just, even if it's not, kind of tangible things like, oh, do they bring a particular skill or something, but even just understanding, I mean, we talk a lot in the United States these days, one of the buzzwords that you seem to use all the time, as well as, DEI, and making that case in the context, in a domestic context, it's always the argument that, different perspectives on foreign policy issues and on, business issues, or, any of these things enriches actually not just the conversation, but actually will actually improve our output. We can also, and we should also need to understand and consider, DEI on a global scale as well. It's beneficial to us to have more voices, more perspectives, and expertise, to be honest, right? Because we know, I mean, in many areas, Africa has led fintech. Talk about AI and, kind of these other things. You're going to see a lot of innovation coming from right here on the African continent. So those are, I think we would be foolhardy to think that this is going to be a one-way, kind of.
I draw this experience from me being a 20 years National Lawyers Guild member. Folks, I focus on civil society and grassroots. That's the majority of my work, whether it's in the diaspora or on the African continent. So my understanding of the amount or context in which I understand my ability to do work here is because I spent a lot of time in communities on grassroots level, both here in the US. So there's a structural relationship that Dr. Muhammad so politely says, but doesn't say it. There's a structural relationship of power, right? And that is, to what extent can African institutions, whatever those institutions are, we talked about it earlier, right? Enforce their power, right, for their interests. And in this context, how do they use their power if they're going to partner with U.S. Educational institutions to shift our framework, educational framework, the way in which we look and view Africa, but then how we actually engage Africa. So for me, a part of the conversation is, what does it take for African higher institutions, educational institutions, to be able to enforce, I'm going to use that term, their power when they are negotiating with U.S. institutions, right? From their self-interest, right? We benefit from that, right? Because it's going to shift the way we think about the world. United States, because the Americas, folks, includes Canada, U.S., and South America. So the U.S., being part of the Americas, has a particular geopolitical outlook that we need to shift and change. You're only going to get that if you have another equal force that's able to, right, intervene in that conversation and present other perspectives. So I'm actually interested in the notion that power, which I heard everyone talking around it this morning, but just say it, the power differential, the power dynamic that needs to be addressed. So I am interested in, what is it? Someone raised the question earlier. What are the interests? What are U.S.'s interests? What are African interests? And specifically, let's say, because I'm here in South Africa, even though I've also taught in Ethiopia, what are their interests in their national development and their need to shift U.S. foreign policy across the various policy areas right, to build these partnerships, right? Power has to be part of the conversation. We can't get around that. What that looks like, I think it depends on who's in the room and what level you're working at. I'm at the grassroots, and there's plenty of transnational linkages that I would encourage us to actually engage, because we could learn a lot from the transnational organizing that's going on the ground around these issues, the trans-border issues, right? And so that's how I kind of think about this issue.
There's an organization of universities on the two sides of the Pacific Ocean. It's called the APRU, the Association of Pacific Rim Universities. It has every major university, public and private, from Vancouver down to Chile. On the other side of the Pacific, from, no, not Japan, it goes all the way through Far Eastern National University in Russia, all the way down to Singapore. Every major public and private university. It is a very equal structure. And so that might be something that we might want to consider as a model. They have an annual meeting. The presidents of each university participate. The provosts of each university participate. The presidents have a meeting once a year. The provosts have a meeting once a year, and it rotates among universities. Now obviously that requires quite a bit of funding to organize such a secretariat and meetings, but that's an interesting structure in terms of power and in terms of level of engagement. But again, it requires funding.
Dr. Mohammed?
Yes, I want to make the microphone. Sorry. So we're talking about having an African American universities network. But the issue in Africa is that the universities in Africa, and anywhere in the world, it's the same. Universities are not homogeneous. There are universities on this continent that you could lift up and put anywhere in the global north, and they would fly. University of Cape Town is one of those. They would fly. Then there are universities in this country, but mostly in other African countries, where the percentage of academics that have PhDs is so low that, you know, sometimes you wonder what they're teaching at those universities. So you've got to take that into account. Who do you put into this network, and what do you want to do with this network? I'm not saying you need to exclude the universities that don't have the PhDs, because you need to put those people because you want to do capacity building. So when you create this network, I think the network will have to have a number of objectives. Some of them will be high level, where you would be dealing with, you know, universities that are flying, but others would be with universities that are struggling, that don't have money, that the governments don't give them money, things like that. And you got to look at all of this, because you got to look at the whole continent. You can't just look at 3 or 4 countries on the continent and say, oh, South Africa, Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, that's the places we're talking about. There are other countries. There are 54 countries on the continent. And how do we help all the universities on the continent?
Bob? No, I wanted to pose a question, comment to Jeff, actually, our colleague from the U.S. consulate, from the U.S. mission. And of course, this is a conversation that we could even have outside of this engagement. But I think we're extremely lucky to have you representing the U.S. government in this discussion. So much so that the question of what can a network such as this expect from the U.S. government, and maybe you know, whatever U.S. entity, State Department or Department of Education or U.S. missions. You talked earlier about the University Partnerships Initiative, the Fulbright, and so forth. But to some extent, from my experience at least, when issues for calls for proposals or RFPs are made, it's made with a certain objective that might not be in support of such a network. And yet we clearly see the need for a network between American and African universities. And I think at the same time, and Dr. Muller, in fact, was telling us just not too long ago, because he sits in the strategic office here at WITS, we see more engagement from European partners. The EU, they have Erasmus Mundus, There are particular, EU initiatives. We've seen the Chinese come with the Confucius Institutes, which are now numbering close to 60 in most universities. So I think ultimately, I think the big question is, what can we expect, even though we are talking African agency in the morning, what can we expect as support for such an initiative? Thanks.
Before you answer, can I end? Also, what I would like to know, and I was at a meeting, was it last year or year before, at the embassy renders meeting at one of the hotels in Centon. And at that meeting, we were told that there will come a time when the American government will look at who our partners are. And if we partner with universities in countries that you have embargoed, then we might have to pull out. So I want to know how we're going to deal with this, because many universities in Africa have links in Russia, they have links in China and places like that. And those are the countries that you're beginning to embargo. So what's going to happen with those relationships?
All right, thank you. Sort of a complicated task of explaining U.S. foreign policy in the room. But nevertheless, I will embark to provide what I think is probably a more limited scope than perhaps you're looking for, because I in no way represent the interests of the depth of my colleagues in Washington, D.C. I'm certainly happy to give you the perspective as I see it from Johannesburg. First of all, I don't think the University Partnership Initiative was ever intended to be an enduring program, creating a legacy of possibilities. And I think really that's in recognition of something we have to acknowledge here today, which is the beauty of U.S. educational partnerships does not rest within the United States government. It rests with the individual institutions and their ability to see commonality and partnerships with each other. And I would argue that's a very differentiating factor than my counterparts in China, for example, who often want to have the heavy hand of their government involved in what we increasingly see as a role for these private institutions to be playing. In terms of mechanisms that might be available for this particular initiative, I did want to sort of point out the open call for proposals we currently have here in South Africa. Historically, South Africa, the U.S. mission to South Africa has played a leading role in getting some of these initiatives off the ground. I did mention the community college work that we were investing in as an example of that. And so I would encourage USC or Howard or a combination thereof to look at that possibility. But ultimately, what we're also seeing, again, sort of not having the US government necessarily involved, is that there is a role for public-private partnerships in this space, and that any proposal that included the, I would say, vast economic interests of the US private sector, in addition to the academic institutions, would be weighed very heavily. In terms of the question on sanctions, I don't know the particular concerns you might have, but I do know we've divested ourselves from a broad sanction very recently, in fact, a couple of days ago in Zimbabwe, and a very focused sanction regime on the individuals that we believe are most concerning. And I think there is no particular sanctions in place that would impact a U.S. institution from partnering with an institution in Zimbabwe, for example. And I would sort of be out of my area of expertise if I were to comment on Russian institutions or Chinese institutions or whatever they might be. So I'll stop there. Happy to address any other questions or continue the discussion. Over.
Well, it looks like we have some questions from the online community. I cannot see, even with my glasses, I can't see the name, but it's
Primrose.
Primrose.
Kurasha.
Primrose Kurasha. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I just wanted to say the other point we could also think about as we are mapping our way forward is media partnership. I'm speaking not only as an academic, but also a corporate lawyer. I mean, when you're working on a big merger and acquisition, you need a positive story and narrative around it, and media partnership is imperative. In this case as well, I see it as truly important. Earlier on, a speaker mentioned how we're not just dealing with 4 African countries, there are a whole 54 on the continent. True, but so that speaks to buy-in on a continental level. And I'm sure that on that continental level, the media will play a huge role in sending a positive story and positive narrative about this US-Africa academic endeavor and its legacy thereof. So I'm just saying, let's think about media partnership. Just as well, we have Adam in the house. His input in that regard would be very crucial. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Dr. Nelson Okori.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me, please? Good afternoon.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yes, thank you I want to thank everyone for inviting us, the Center for Media and Communication Research at Pan Atlantic University. The conversation has been very, very interesting and insightful. And I just want to make some comments regarding what some persons have already pointed out regarding some certain issues. Like the first issue that was being mentioned, that we have some universities that are advantaged and some universities that are disadvantaged. But what I want to say here is that as we build the network, it's going to be a snowball effect. When you reach out to one, the other one reach out to more, the other one reach out to more. For example, it's the Center for Media and Communication Research. We have the ability to reach out to close to 100 universities here in Nigeria. We currently have 350 scholars on our network. Just imagine we being part of this network and we pass this particular information across these 350 scholars in these universities. So it's going to spread extensively. And the previous speaker actually mentioned the issue about the media. And interestingly, the Center for Media and Communication Research has a twofold. So we have the part with the research, we have the aspect with journalist practice. We have over 40 journalists on our network. So anything we do, actually, it's also passed to these journalists and they get the information. The point I'm trying to see here is that we should just, step by step, we're going to make significant progress. And what we're really doing is very, very, very good. And I think it's something everybody should try and buy into. My suggestion is that we should have regional consultations. We should have regional consultations. Now we are doing this particular program here. We can actually do a regional consultation, one in West Africa, one in East Africa, one in North Africa, one in Southern Africa, and it could even be country specific. And when we do that, we find out that the network will expand. After this meeting, and we get a number of notes, we compare notes, we have a number of active reports, we can share this on our own network, and many people will be interested. Any next thing that's coming up from this particular network, we'll find out there's going to be a large number of people that will be part of the network. So I think there's a lot of things we can do, but we need to take it step by step. And I believe we should just try and look at these areas of regional consultation, or if possible, country consultation. Those are my suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. I see we also have a comment or a question from Professor Sunday at BC. Am I saying that correct?
Yeah, very correct. Thank you very much. It's been an amazing session. I've stayed on since we started, and thank you very much for organizing this and for bringing this together. This is the way to go, and how to drive, a competitive Africa. I just want to contribute into the fact that we should try and ensure that when we start this, equitable partnership is very important. I am always, I stand for the fact that at no point in time should we allow Africa not to have the equal standing in any relationship. This is very important. And again, the objectives must be very clear, and what we really need to achieve with this must be very defined. And again, it's important too for us to have our US, led counterpart or agency to make very clear what the objectives or what is important in what we want to do for the US. Because most of the time I see that when we sit in some of these kind of collaborations, at times it is one-sided, and there are a lot of underlying interests that are not defined and discussed on the table, which most of the time it does not make such an engagement to achieve its objective. So I will want us to ensure that this is well clear right from the onset. What does Africa really want in this kind of a very wonderful, fantastic engagement? And that Africa we're talking about, the African universities who are there. Yes, I heard one of the speakers talking about some African universities are very strong, some lack resources, some are not that strong. That is not the reason for which, we should exclude any of the universities, in Africa from any of this kind of partnership, because we're supposed to use our strength to build the weaknesses of some other universities. And I will give an example of Arua. We in the University of Lagos, we have 2 centers of Arua. Again, which there I got to be invited via Arua Network. It is because we're working together, and in Arua, there are some other universities, smaller universities that we need to mentor, like my university mentoring so many other universities, and I think which will be doing the same thing. So I am thinking that we should build a more robust relationship now that we're looking towards the US and US is looking towards us. On top of my head, I was asking myself a question that let me play the devil advocate. And I hope it's not because, the cycle of election that is happening in the US now is what is making probably, the US to look towards Africa. Africa should not be a platform that will be consulted during the period of election. I want us to be very strong in what we do, especially we in the academics, to understand what we actually need, to secure Africa and what we equally believe that US can get from Africa. And let's all collectively sit down to have equal power and equal kind of strength in negotiating where we're going. There are a lot of things Africa will benefit. US will benefit from Africa. I was speaking in Silicon Valley in 2019, and I did say this, and I'm still saying it, that Africa is the future of the world. Any multinational that is not in Africa in 2030 does not have a future. I'm a professor of entrepreneurship and business. I know that. When you talk about the startups that are delivering the biggest of value today, you find them in Lagos, you find them in Cape Town, you find them in Joburg, you find them in Kigali. And these are the businesses, the startups that are creating the ecosystem that other investors will come in to put in, the money. So for me to close is that I want us to be very clear about the objective of this kind of a network. Very clear. Everything discussed on the table. What is the need for America? What are the benefits? It should not be as if it's for the only benefit of Africa. Most of our things are done most of the time, and it's as if it is. We should stop making Africa to be a beggar. It should be a kind of partnership that very fantastic and beautiful opportunity will be available for America, as much as beautiful opportunity available for Africa too. In that kind of a relationship, we will be able to achieve a lot for Africa and for the US. And I think we all be good for it, and we will be able to exchange value with each other. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Professor. In the interest of time, this will be the last question for this round because we have 2 more speakers, and then we'll also have a Q&A after. So is it Maliz?
Hello, my name is Malise Mayhoff. Thank you. I'm a Master's of Public Diplomacy student at USC, so I've incredibly enjoyed this conversation. Thank you, Adam, for the invitation. My question is particularly centered around the diaspora. Being a Cameroonian American and also living or have lived and worked in Nigeria, I just want to know, what does Jeff and any other person on the panel think about the role of diasporans and how we can better support the initiatives that has been spoken about today? I'm unable to hear the answer if you are answering. I'm unable to hear that.
Sorry, so I was consulting with the moderator. Thank you for your question, Melise.
Okay, no problem.
Yes, so, I mean, I didn't mention in my, my opening remarks, but I think, I have all kinds of ideas in terms of like, you know, strengthening HBCU, Africa HBCU partnerships, you know, within, you know, kind of this particular network. I think, you know, it's going to be crucial for any number of reasons. I don't know if you know, listened in on the morning session, but I think that for, you know, if we're thinking about even prioritizing or focusing on what is good for Africa, the extent to which, you know, we're able to strengthen ties and relationships between the African diaspora and countries and communities and people here on the continent is going to be beneficial. I think for HBCUs in particular, it's a bit of a challenge, right? Because HBCUs themselves are oftentimes resource strapped and don't have the capacity to, you know, to funding is a big issue, right? And to, you know, kind of support these kinds of collaborations, especially for our students, right? I mean, we actually have, at the moment, have 10 students from our College of Arts and Sciences over here. And that was an initiative which was, I think, almost fully funded by the college because, you know, expecting or thinking that students would have the resources to do, say, study abroad or those kinds of things is going to be really a challenge in that regard. So I think there's a lot of, I think that's an area where, again, I mean, the Biden administration has shown leadership in terms of like recognizing the African diaspora as a you know, kind of a pillar in its, you know, kind of Africa strategy. And hopefully maybe through the university partnership initiatives, there could be also maybe a special emphasis placed on HBCUs once you're finished with community colleges.
Thank you. Just from the U.S. government's perspective, first of all, we've had many engagements through this university partnership initiative with HBCUs. I think what we've learned is that increasingly that was a modest amount of resources to really address the full scope of the partnerships that people wanted to put in place. And so increasingly, again, looking for direct partnership engagements, I think is probably the best alternative. I did want to flag on the issue of diaspora. You know, President Biden and Vice President Harris did create in September 2023, the President's Advisory Council on African Diaspora Engagement in the United States. It's a 12-member committee, council that's really geared to increase that dialogue and discussion between the United States government and both African Americans and Africans, and I think we're starting to see some initial benefits of that investment. So I think that's probably a direct way where the Biden administration is looking into that.
Yeah. I would add, and you might not be. I actually met with Denise Laurent Mantley, who's the executive director there. She came to Howard to meet with us actually, and I know they're working on. I was a little bit. I know you have Helene Gale, who's on the committee, but really, other than she, who, yes, was Spelman's president, you don't have any academics or intellectuals as we are, who served on the committee. So that was a little bit disconcerting. But then when we met with Denise, she was saying that actually that council is drafting a concept note specifically making recommendations with regards to partnerships for higher education, and was going to, of course, solicit our feedback and input in that as well. So there may be some movement on that. Melise?
Thank you thank you so much. I know Denise well, so I loved hearing this conversation. Thank you all for your contributions.
Dr. Mohammed?
So maybe I can just add that at the last African Union meeting where the ministers of higher education were attending, the same thing was discussed. And they also looking, so these are the African governments are looking at how they can get the diaspora to come for a short period back to whichever country they left and come and do some guest lectures and things like that. And they're looking at some type of a program, but it hasn't been finalized or anything. It was just, the seeds were planted.
I think the South African government recently announced some changes to their visa policy concerning essentially work from home policies that can be implemented for diaspora to not only visit South Africa, but stay and work in some capacities. And I think that's in recognition of sort of the new work realities that are in place, I think taking advantage of that. But I wouldn't want to necessarily speak for the government of South Africa on that.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Great, great. Well, in the interest of time, we will move on to the next round of panel speakers, starting with Dr. Mohammed Mula.
I was looking at the time and I see it's already long overdue, so I won't say a lot, but I will just say a few things. As the University of Witwatersrand, in short, WITS, we have about 200 agreements with universities around the world and mostly in Europe. But specifically, we have about 20 in the US. And surprisingly, of all the countries in the world, the most we have is in the US. So 20 in the US, it's, I think, nearly double what we have in the UK. So we really work with the US. But what we have been looking at is that we've noticed that a lot of our relationships, not specifically with the US, but in the 200, these are traditionally not equitable partnerships. And we're moving towards telling people that, listen, we want to have equitable partnerships. So I also want to just mention this, I wrote it down here, at a Going Global conference in London in 2012. This is a conference that's Commonwealth countries attend and a lot of universities attend and everything. A leader of a top British university said that we need to accept that our world is unequal and that we have mandates developed and responsibilities to our respective governments. What was important, he remarked, was that not having equitable partnerships, but according respect to each other. And that was actually like an insult to say that, because he's trying to say we must know where our place is in the world, and that's not what we want to do. So we went as a university about 2 years ago to France, and France was just because that's where this thing was happening, but we became members of a network of European universities called CIVUS. So there are about 35 what they call network universities in the US, where 10, 15 universities get together. And CIVUS decided to invite 6 African universities to be partners in this network. And our Vice Chancellor, when it was his turn to talk, started talking about exactly this equitable partnerships. And he said, we need to understand, yes, that the universities in Europe obviously come from rich countries. The universities in Africa come from poor countries. And he said and I like to quote this because he said, we need to develop equitable partnerships in an unequal world. And that is going to be the same thing that's going to happen here. We're going to have to think how we create equitable partnerships in an unequal world, because when we look at America and we look at Africa, it's 2 unequal worlds in many, many cases, but we still must harp on this idea that the partnership must be equitable. Now, we belong to, like Professor Sunday said, we belong to ARUA. ARUA is a network of 18 universities and 4 other associate universities all over Africa. We created a partnership now with the Guild. The Guild is a group of about 22 universities in Europe. And the driving force of that partnership is equitable partnerships in an unequal world. And everything that we do must benefit both sides. Can't just benefit one side. So I think maybe that's the thing that I want to say. And then also the other thing I want to say is that we at that university have got a lot of experience on belonging to networks. So we belong to a network of about 40 universities called OSUN, the Open Society Universities Network, which is run at Bard College in the US. Obviously sponsored by George Soros, but that's going to change soon. They'll have other sponsorship. We belong to the Association of African Universities. We belong to the Association of Commonwealth Universities. And then the big thing is we belong to the BRICS network of universities because we're part of the BRICS. So we've got lots of experience in belonging to networks. There are other universities in the continent. I know UJ, I think, is one of it. Victoria is another one. And there's a whole lot in the continent that have a network of African and Australian universities. So we have a network, African Australian network. And then through ARUA, we have this African European network. So we can learn from those type of networks. We don't have to recreate everything from scratch. That's all I would like to say.
Thank you, Dr. Muller. Up next, we have Dr. Bob Wukisa.
Okay, thank you, colleagues like Dr. Mohamed Muller. I will, try to be short in my intervention in the interest of time. But first, let me start by recognizing, I think, the presence of our colleague here, Professor Chris Kisike, from the African Center for the Study of the United States at University of Pretoria. And whom I've known for a while, since the launch of the center in 2022. And I hope we'll get a moment to also speak so that it's not just, in the interest of what we are saying, we must be seen to all be participating in this rather than being bystanders. But I want to start by saying, to just echo what my colleagues, particularly Adam Clayton Powell and Krista Johnson, started off by saying, when we established this center, the African Center for the Study of the US, which was launched in March 2018, in fact, Adam was there at the launch, with the assistance of the US Embassy, as we did recognize, gave us a grant to start us off. The understanding was that we will help in the establishment of other centers. And the word to underline is help, not dictate. So that it's not as if we are going to, infuse or force down our model onto other colleagues. So we are glad that University of Pretoria established its center. In fact, one of the persons who actually helped establish the center was Professor Tawana Kupe. And I think Mohammed, you can see, is nodding. He is very familiar with that story. But subsequently, we've had a center established at University of Nairobi. I think I saw online, Professor Patrick Maluki, maybe still there, who was instrumental in that. And there's been an attempt to establish similar centers at Makerere University, at Addis Ababa, at UNILAG, at Pan-Atlantic. I think Pan-Atlantic colleagues are here, but we're working with the business school, University of Ghana, and so forth. Under that auspices, there was a couple of virtual meetings and exchange of information and so on with colleagues from various universities, including University of Dar es Salaam. So it will appear that at this point in time, not it will appear, but it is that at this point in time, there are a good number of universities on the African continent that are interested in what we could broadly call American studies, or the study of America in a broad sense, and that can be broken down into many aspects. On the other hand, from the very beginning, as I mentioned, USC, University of Southern California, was on hand to help us launch. Before the establishment of the center, leaders from this university actually traveled to the US on a US Visitor Leadership Program, including to Howard. And this included Professor Tawana Kupe, Moele Simbeki from SAIA, and so forth. I think Mohamed Muller will be familiar with that activity. And therefore, tapping into the long-running interest by U.S. institutions. I think Howard, for example, from its very inception, Adam has told me about, for example, how USC has so very many African initiatives and projects, but they are not consolidated. So you find people in medicine working in Malawi who have no idea that there's a program dealing with infrastructure in Egypt or wherever else. But all these pieces kind of came into coalescence in December of 2022 during the US Africa Leaders Summit. My colleagues did mention that event that was held at GW, which was Africa US Universities initiative. And we've rolled on from there with monthly activities. We've starting to produce some knowledge. We are starting to collaborate on book projects and special journal issues. Where we are now at, and I think this is now where the rubber meets the road, as it were. We are thinking that we've been quite informal and we want to move towards formalization, meaning kind of institutionalizing the Africa US Universities Network. Even as we institutionalize it, we do not want it to be too tight, too fixed an entity. It's loose enough, it's broad enough, it's a broad church, as it were, to allow for brainstorming and so forth, but at least some level of organization that will permit us to be able to undertake this research and publication jointly, exchange of students and faculty, undertake joint teaching projects, one of which in fact was suggested by Krista at our meeting in DC last year, which is, for example, just giving an opportunity PhD students from various African universities and various US universities to share what they are doing. If they are in IR, for example, they will share where they are at in their thesis development and compare notes. What are they reading? How, compare notes on how different they see things. They might even be working on similar topics. And of course, the big elephant in the room with these kinds of partnerships is fundraising. And I think even if we skirt around the problem, the issue, ultimately we must have some resources to be able to fund the exchange of students and faculty, joint research work, conferencing, and so forth and so on. And I think I'll close by just saying, in all these ideas, we are at the level of inviting more ideas, more partners, more entities that are, organizations, including think tanks that are interested in this idea. But we do not, I think, have the too much time to do that. In the next couple of weeks, I think we must, move more deliberately towards having a more structured approach than we have done for now. And I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions, comments, or concerns to Dr. Mula? Oh, sorry, Dr. Jill.
Yes,
Now we're reporting on construction. Now we're looking for Bob. I'm interested in which team.
So Dr. Humphreys, before I answer you, just to put Bob at ease, Bob, my office is going to put out a call in the next few weeks for 4 scholarships for PhD students to spend a month in the USA. So we'll put that out soon. To answer your question, I'm not aware of any of these things being studied, but at the moment, ARUA, now that it is 7 years old, have commissioned a study to look at the successes of ARUA, what were the successes, what were the failures, things like that. That's still going to be a long-term thing. So I think it's people from University of Pretoria that are doing the study. They were commissioned to do it. And I think the results will only come out later this year or early next year.
I think also I'll be very brief also. As a center, the African Center for the Study of the US, we have a 5-year strategic plan. And that's just for our center. This is in fact what I'll be delivering to the board tomorrow, which comprises also Krista and whatever. Currently the projects that we're undertaking, if I may take advantage of this, is that we have a diaspora project actually led by Asad Malik here. We have an Africa US Cities project led by my colleague right there, Luma. We have an American Studies program, which in addition to being director, I actually lead. And the essence of the American Studies program here is to establish master's and PhD degrees programs here. And I think we've had a conversation with the embassy in the past. We have presented this to the high authorities to get a degree program going in most African universities, particularly WITS, can be quite a tough mission. We have an African Agency Towards Global Powers project, which, as I mentioned, we are supported by OSF, which is also rolling out. We've had some projects that we are now on the ice because of obvious reason, funding. One of those is the Africa US China. In fact, it's US and China digital competition in Africa. We did some research work published, but we put it on the ice. We had a project on African policy towards the US, which we are wrapping into African Agency Towards Global Powers. Okay, so and I think we can share that. But as to the Africa US Universities Network, I don't think we have a strategic plan yet. I think that's what we need to work on, brainstorm on and proceed that way. As to the involvement of individuals and universities and wherever in the network, I suppose even in the morning we discussed the possibility of not just universities, but also think tanks. Because even though we as universities work more structurally offering degree programs and so forth, but think tanks, we are thinking of Brookings, for example, or SIA, South African Institute of International Affairs, which is based on campus. They do similar work, although it might not lead to degree, awards or certificates, but we are generally all in the intellectual pool. So I don't see a problem with people like, Dr. Humphreys, who are eclectic and can fit in society, in civil society, but also fit in within faculties and so forth, and anything in between, or consultants for that matter, and so forth. I think that's a discussion we might want to have, because in fact, in our engagement under the Africa US Universities Initiative monthly events, we've had so very many people from government, from policy entities, from think tanks, and so forth. They all make a contribution. So my own take, without, this is not to say it's a collective decision, but my own take is that there will be room for individuals as long as I think you can make a contribution. Thank you.
Hey, Arthur.
Thank you so much for your insights. Dr. Muller, you said something extremely pertinent, that some universities on the continent, if you were to uproot them and plant them as it were in the global north, they would fly. You couldn't be more right. Because across the continent, even as we speak about this engagement between African universities and universities in the States and the global north generally, there's a problem vis-a-vis curricula across the continent they still reproduce, reinforce, replicate the hegemony, that the West is the center. And any time we look different in Africa, we dissolve into jitters. We become very nervous. Why are we different from the West? Or are we different from the US? And I think this partnership, even as we initiate and nurture, we have to be acutely aware of that, for it to be mutually, symbiotically beneficial. The question of agency, which is the linchpin of this conversation, can never find more trust in knowledge production than anywhere else. It has to begin from knowledge production before even it finds traction in political engagement. So much so that it's not uncommon as we speak now to find communities in Africa, for instance, being subjected to randomized controlled trials, kind of studies that have been discredited, have got massive ethical issues. And you find even universities across the continent are participant, are complicit in those kind of things. So it talks to knowledge, the kind of knowledge we're producing, and whether it's relevant to our peculiar issues, what Prof. Jelly you are talking about, or epistemologies or cosmologies. Those questions, we are not engaging them sufficiently enough. And Bob, you and your colleagues, this center, to me, I look at it as an act in subversion, an act of inversion. You know, for the longest time, studies based in the West that carry that appellation about Africa, it's been about pathologizing the continent, against, you know, massive social, economic, and political challenges. Why is this continent an aberration? You're saying it's high time we also studied the West sufficiently to be able to engage them from an informed perspective, as opposed to this embarrassing question we keep asking, what do you have for us? What do you mean, what do you have for us? What is your African policy? Those questions emanate from our lack of appreciation of how to relate to the West and the US and the people who have been in this game much longer. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I wanted to take a moment to recognize Chris Ezike from the University of Pretoria. Do you want to take a moment to say? I would love for you to say something.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Thank you to every one of you who have spoken. I'm really pleased to be here, and nice to see you again, Krista. Look, I've listened keenly to many of the things that have been said, and a lot of them are spot on. So for me, first and foremost, the issue of power relations is critical. It's very important. It's unequal power relations between Africa and the US in this instance, which was also reiterated by the last speaker. The challenge, though, is I like looking back at ourselves as Africans also, is what we are doing to try and shift those imbalance, in terms of the fact that we don't. So the US knows what it wants from Africa. The question is, does Africa know what it wants from the US? And that's why we don't have Zimbabwe, US policy, Nigeria, US policy, South Africa, US policy. There is none. There is no Africa, US policy, even at the continental level. This is something that we are trying to correct at our center, at the University of Pretoria, trying to develop a template for Africa to engage with the United States from a common position. And this is why also the project of trying to establish similar centers in at least one sub-region of the continent is important. You know, we've been involved in the Makerere one, like, you know, the one here at Wits, and that's another problem that I'll talk about later. But essentially, it is important for Africa to articulate its interest. It has to know itself. It has to know what it wants. before it can engage with its partners, and other states all over the world, including the United States. So I think that is a starting point in terms of how we want to look at these kinds of relationship. And then to answer the question directly of what can US universities benefit from Africa, I think that has been answered sufficiently in terms of just even the knowledge that we have. Someone mentioned earlier that there are a lot of startups, that are taking place now in Africa, even in terms of soft power, music from Africa to the US, and something to be studied. We have a partnership with the University of Notre Dame. We have a teaching exchange program with them. We're doing a global classroom. And that in itself is a teaching methodology that is cost-effective. A global classroom where we sit live in Pretoria and students sit live at Notre Dame, and we could teach, in real time, right? But before we started that, the question that Notre Dame asked me was, so when we do this project together, what can you possibly teach us about race? Because the project was on fostering, ties that bind South Africa and the United States, looking at issues of racial integration and social cohesion and social justice, right? And I just said one simple thing, which was that South Africa, despite all its problems, has integrated better racially in 30 years than the United States has done in 300 years. So there must be something that South Africa is doing right about racial integration that the United States can learn from. All right? Next week, we're going to have them visit us for a week, and we're taking them around, starting from the Freedom Park to Soweto to the Apartheid Museum, to learn about how we're dealing with some of these things. So that's just an example of the kind of things that Africa can offer. But the real problem is the fact that just like our states, our universities also have a beggarly attitude. All right? When we have these interactions, we can't be equal. The universities in the US are richer than the ones in Africa. That's for sure. We can't even begin to discuss those, and we don't need to. But we do have things we can offer. Okay? We can say we want 10 scholars from 5 universities in the US, and we have the resources, for goodness sake, in South Africa to accommodate them for 1 month and feed them. So if you have that kind of understanding, you go into a table, you are not a beggarly partner. You are a partner that comes with some equity. The partnership doesn't have to be equal. So long as you have something on the table, you are bringing something to the table. The fact that you have knowledge to share, the fact that you have some resources to accommodate people, it gives you respect around the table. So that's something that we need to change. It's something that, of course, our states do. We always go cap in hand begging for everything, even when we have what it takes to get some of the things we beg for. But I think that this attitude has also gone down to our universities. So when we meet with our universities in the US, the attitude is always, what can we get from you? If we change the mentality to, this is what we can offer you, and I think we should go into a partnership. You may put more money on the table, but we have something to offer. The minute the universities see that there's something in it for them, they would also begin to treat you with more respect. And in the last 1 year, we've had a lot of respect from Notre Dame, because they were surprised that we had global classroom facility that they did not have until 2023. They put those in place in 6 months because Pretoria had it, and it is something to have. And Notre Dame is a very rich university in the United States, right? So that's how I respond to the question of how beggarly we are and how to ensure that partnerships become more equitable. If we decide that we want to put something on the table, we'll get respect. And then the last thing I'll speak to is not something for generally for the for public discussion, but it's a challenge also in terms of these partnerships. Is the fact that we in Africa tend to work in silos. All right. So I'm hearing here about universities, Africa-US Universities Network. Fantastic. I like the idea of Africa before the US. Brilliant. But last year at the University of Pretoria, we hosted the US Africa Universities Partnership Initiative that had 36 universities from the US visit Pretoria for a week. So I'm thinking here, what kind of correlation, how would this have been if you're doing this year? How would it have been if there was some discussion between Pretoria and Johannesburg about hosting this and getting some of those partners to come back at their own cost or some kind of cost sharing, right? This would have probably been a bigger event. It would have been a continuation. And maybe what would have been on the table is to say, can we change it to Africa-US partnership now instead of US-Africa partnership, right? So that's one thing. And then, of course, many of you, the embassy, would know about the US-South Africa Higher Education Network. You've given universities around South Africa, including ours, money to grow PhDs, and there's a lot of interaction there. So the point I'm trying to make really is that we would work better as Africans if we stop competing amongst ourselves and start partnering, you know, to ensure that our interests are served, because the interest is the same. The United States is not going to respect us more because it's Pretoria or Wits or Johannesburg or Lagos. It's going to simply respect us when we are South Africa. We're projecting a common interest and speaking from one position.
Thank you. Looking around to see if there's any more questions. Mr. Powell.
I think that this network, and I really endorse your remarks, because I think this network is not what we imagined a year ago, and a year from now, it won't be what we think of today. And I'll just give you a couple of very, very short examples from what we've done so far. At our last session, in-person session in December of last year, which was just the 1-year anniversary of this network. But in person in Washington, we had Dr. Samuel Chigum from the Nanomaterials Division at the Botswana Institute for Technology Research and Innovation. He was going to be in the US anyway, so he arranged his schedule so that he could be there in person. He sat next to Vint Cerf, the person who invented the internet and is now a vice president at Google. And Vint kept going, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. So Vint takes back to Google what he's learned sitting next to the researcher from Botswana. They exchanged cards. I hope they kept in touch because I think that Botswana might be able to get certainly access to Dr. Cerf, but also to maybe resources from Google. The other is in our session last week, we had a vice chancellor from a university in Nigeria, planned to be in the United States anyway, but he arranged his schedule so that he could be in person. And Krista, you were there. We ran out of chairs. We ran out of coffee. We had people standing in the back of the room. It's starting to catch on. And the vice chancellor from Nigeria, you saw what happened. He made friends with several other people in the room. And I later learned that he had a 2-hour meeting later with 2 NGOs to discuss funding his university. So you never know where this network is going to go. And I think that we need to always be open to serendipity and to opportunities to let people find each other and have that as part of what we do.
Righty. Valerie?
So this is one observation or question that I've had. So throughout the session, I've noticed 2 words that were used frequently, which is extraction and capacity building. So I just wanted to know or find out, how will this not eventually lead to increasing the phenomenon of brain drain from Africa? Because as much as we say we want to extract information and knowledge production from African thinkers, and we want to increase the capacity building, the truth is currently, for example, in South Africa, there are thousands of graduates who have graduated from extremely technical and specific degrees, like say, for example, biomedical engineering. you've built the capacity in South Africa. You have for example, here at WITS, that degree exists. You have the capacity built, and now you've developed the knowledge. But now there's no choice for you but to go outside of the space where you exist. So how exactly are we going to ensure that despite making this partnership, we don't end up draining the resources intellectually from Africa, because the economy and job situation and the way that the society exists today technically does not have we can build university capacity, but the society and economy doesn't have the capacity to accommodate all of the people that we are developing.
Okay, all right, you can go, Chris, then I'll.
Okay, so first and foremost, talent goes wherever it is wanted, all right? So we must also look inwards in terms of what our states are doing to recognize talents that we have. If the states do not provide opportunities for young people to make their talents useful, they will go to where they are needed. So that's a given, right? I agree with you that the potential for brain drain does occur, but there is scholarship that makes us to begin to think about looking at brain gain differently. Okay, that brain drain, from Africa, has led to what is referred now as true brain circulation, brain sharing. It then comes back to brain gain for Africa. How does that happen? Studies have shown that majority of Africans who leave Africa to anywhere else in the world do not completely leave. That they occupy a third geographic zone of existence between wherever they are and home Africa. Apart from remittances that they give back in, many of them bring back knowledge. Many of them are now returning as guest lecturers, as Fulbright scholars, all kinds of opportunities to teach and give knowledge back to the continent. All right. So this phenomenon of multiple institutional affiliations. You can have an affiliation in Zimbabwe at Fort Hare and still have one in the US. It's now allowed. So you can be a professor in Nigeria, you can be a professor in South Africa, and a professor in Canada. So all of these is what we refer to as brain sharing and brain circulation, and that eventually ends up as brain gain for the continent. So I don't think that it is wrong for us to have these interactions, even if we do lose some of them in the immediate, because there is no capacity to develop them. If they go and then engage in some form of brain circulation and sharing activity that brings the knowledge back to the continent, it eventually becomes brain gain.
I think, Asad, let me just add very quickly. In fact, this is at one point where we can ventilate all day. People in economics, finance, and so forth discuss this all the time. And it is that indeed Africa has a major structural problem. Because from the, if you think natural resources, extraction, we've all lamented about the extraction of raw materials. And as someone said in the morning, without the South African word, without beneficiation. Ultimately, that means jobs are being exported out there. And of course, I want to agree with Chris about the problematizing and revising the whole idea of brain gain. In these circumstances, jobs also follow where the resources have gone. And I think one can go on to the fact that trade between the continent and the rest of the world is only about 5%. It's very low. I mean, even when you think of China having a major presence on the continent, it constitutes a very small percentage of Chinese engagement with the world. The highest Chinese engagement is with the US. And one can then go on to issues of illicit financial flows. And some have pinned these issues to issues of governance, democracy, human rights, and so forth. I think in a nutshell, for me, even if we have young people who are well-trained, leave the country, as long as they are going to contribute to bankable ideas to sort out Africa's many structural problems, that's the only way out. Thank you.
Dr. Jill, did I see your hand? I'm not sorry, Dr. Rhonda, did I see your hand?
Well, you know what, I have questions and comments from way back, an hour ago, so I hate to say them way back there, but there's a couple of points that I would love. Is this correct? Okay. 2 points that I would like to make, and just thank you for allowing me to have an opportunity to even just make a comment. And one is part of what the sister here is talking about is the built environment. And that has to be developed at the same time people are being developed. And so if we have the brain knowledge, but we don't have the infrastructure for people to practice their craft, that's what I heard. And so the built environment has to be developed and built at the same time that people are learning their craft. That's the one thing that I would say. And then the second thing, and this goes way back from the very beginning, and that is I feel at the foundation of all of this is something that I am very concerned about, and I'm hoping that this is a significant part of the development as these things move on. Because to me, it would be a huge mistake for all of this to be from not from an African perspective, and I say African perspective in that there are African people at the forefront, right? But not the African worldview. Because if the African people are at the forefront, but we're still operating from a European or Western worldview, then that would be very problematic. And I would say that South Africans, just like African Americans, have a tendency to deal with things from a European perspective because that's been our socialization. Our socialization has been that. So I would just say that for certain, there has to be some reinvestment in educating, even here in South Africa, about what is it that the traditional African worldview is, because I believe that that's the foundation of everything, that it is the way of seeing the world from an African perspective that is the strength of the country, that is the strength of the continent, and is the strength of what really the rest of the world probably needs to learn and have more knowledge and information about. And so if these things are built and it is Black people in position, but in position and still operating from a Western world perspective, that to me would be a great tragedy, because then we'll be in the same place, just different faces involved. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Doctor. Any? Oh, I'm sorry, my brother. And this we'll make this the last question or comment, as we are running out of time and we want to respect everyone's time. So, brother.
Good day. Am I audible? So I had one question, considering that we are most aware that the US has the most best foreign policy in the world. So I wanted to know, how do we position ourselves as Africa in relation to their foreign policy to enjoy the full benefits that comes with their relations to Africa? Because like the issue we have is that they make decisions about us without us. So although like the decisions are made which will be benefited, in the long run, they tend to exclude the people who are supposed to benefit the most from it. Thank you.
I heard a question on foreign policy in the United States, and I feel compelled to probably join the discussion. Look, I think with the current administration, the Biden administration, it's important to note that the National Security Council's policy on Africa is a matter of public record. It's available in a very quick Google search. I would encourage you to look at it, to consume it. I think at its core is a recognition that our relationship with African countries and with Africans will never be transactional in nature. We will listen and understand and sort of evolve our relationship accordingly. And I think, quite honestly, that's probably a differential to some of the other world players that might be involved in their African policies. But the beauty of the United States is we will air our foreign policy, the good, the bad, and the ugly, out in the public. And it's entirely possible that we could have changes and adaptations to the Biden's policy if they were to be reelected, or perhaps a new foreign policy in place. But I take great comfort in knowing that no matter what course of action the United States might take at the conclusion of its election, it will be a matter of public debate and public consumption. So I think you, just as well as I, will have access to understand what our foreign policy is and what its implications might be in Africa.
Well, I want to thank all of the colleagues for joining us both virtually as well as in person. We appreciate you guys. This will be made available online at some point, and a link will be distributed, or YouTube video. We thank you guys again. Yeah, we'll wrap up.
Thank you.